some good things do come out of long, tragic commutes.
I can't watch a video on metro because I used to feel nauseous. And I started listening to audiobooks and podcasts. I can consume a podcast and I want to know about something.
Yeah.
But 15 hours a week, you'll just get bored.
He called me like, yeah, this is the idea. Like, I think a non-music audio platform, it will have a lot of genres of content.
So I was actually interviewing for Meta at that time.
You gave up Mark Zuckerberg for these two. How does the name come about?
Oh, it's entertainment in your pocket. So just call it Pocket FM.
Idea of fictionalized, serialized content on audio is still something that, takes you a little bit by surprise.
Fiction on radio used to be a big thing.
Big thing.
Like the soap operas, the terminology came
Yes.
from radio,
Yes.
not from video,
Yes.
right?
But I think the good thing is like use cases are already there. That the whole your highs are busy, years are free use cases always there. Well, just coming back, my cab driver was like in Kannada language, he was listening to some Super Yodha story. I was like, is that Pocket FM? One of the creators, she had created a 20-hour story called Kitni Mohabbatein, and we have been doing this for 1 year. And we launched this show. The retention is like 12%.
How much are people willing to spend?
Users don't want to overcommit. I mean, if you ask them to pay 300 rupees upfront, no one pays for that.
Okay.
There's a sachet, that's how sachet works.
Right.
People are actually, users can buy like sachets for 2-3 rupees, but no one is going to buy a bottle of that.
What, 1,000+ crores today?
2000.
2,000 crores as of today. What's new about the new era?
So I think creators have never got distribution without gatekeepers.
Yeah.
So literally one of the creator, I mean, she's like from Chhattisgarh and she's just like literally a student, right? Her story is now present in German, it's present in UK, it's present in US. What you have to think is like from day zero, I'm building for the world.
Hello and welcome to the Young Turks Reloaded Podcast. I'm Shereen Bhan. Very often on the show, we bring you stories of category creators. And today is one such story. And let me explain to you why. In a world of video, here was a startup that decided to bet on audio streaming. Not just that, they decided to bet on audio streaming, but bring in entertainment of fictionalized content to your pocket, quite literally. We're talking about Pocket FM, started by 3 co-founders. And let me just give you some numbers to take you through the story that began in 2018 and where they find themselves today. Over 100 billion minutes of streaming, 1,000 crore plus in revenues as of today, and 200 million users plus and counting. So to talk to us about making that high conviction bet on audio streaming, and more importantly, what the road ahead looks like for Pocket FM, please join me in welcoming on the program Rohan Naik, Pratik Dikshit and Nishant. Gentlemen, thanks very much for joining us here on the program. Before I talk to you about Pocket FM, I want to talk to you about the three of you. The two of you specifically started your friendship or your journey together in IIT Kharagpur. And I want to start with that, Rohan. Your first time meeting Nishant.
We were in the same department in IIT Kharagpur. He was like a very studious guy. So
I think it is opposite, but
So he was actually the studious guy, Nishant. Were you actually the studious guy?
He got 99% in 12th or something.
You got 99% in 12th.
And I was like, what is 99%?
I'm feeling terrible already.
Right. So I think we met we're the same department, and I think sort of we hit it off because, we wanted to do something from from first
So
year
you
itself.
knew even at IIT Kharagpur that you wanted to do a startup.
Yes.
Yeah.
We want to discuss a lot of ideas, a lot of random ideas, all the time.
What was the most random idea that you thought of?
I don't know. I think one was some. I think.
I think so. One of the ideas was in so we were in mechanical engineering and we were so we used to go to the labs with a lot of complex machines and all, and some sort of issues used to come. So we used to think we'll buy an automated maintenance product, like a software which can predict, when the machine is going to go bad. And then we pitched it to the professor. They were like, wow, that's sort of a visionary, but it's all practical. So how do you, I think these kind of very random ideas we used to discuss after the class. Both of us used to go and cycle different halls. We used to literally stand in the road and debate 30 minutes, 1 hour. what's the next idea going to be?
Huh.
Right? I think that was
At some point, we debated like that. I mean, at that point, we wanted to build something like, I think, Practo.
Yeah.
And at some point, then we're like, yeah, this is it. I think we should do it or something like that. And I think then, like, obviously we didn't. And
So why didn't you?
I think we just debate ideas, to be honest. And I think it was more of a conviction, right? You debate it out for 2 nights. You feel that, okay, yes, this is it. The third night, you're like, yeah, maybe not, right? So I think that conviction is what was lacking in a lot of these ideas used to brainstorm about.
And then, of course, you decided to go your separate ways and got into jobs. And then you met via a job and you were colleagues, Pratik.
Yeah, so I think I met Nishant during our Flipkart days. We both started our journey from Flipkart. So Nishant continued his startup sort of like passion then as well. So he continued, and we used to discuss a lot of these startup ideas in Flipkart as well, literally every day, right? And sort of like we kept on moving to different startups. So from Flipkart we went to another startup, a very small startup. We were the founding members there. Then we went to Grofers, which is now Blinkit.
Now Blinkit, yeah.
So we're there together for 6 years, discussing a lot of ideas. And then, of course, right, I met Rohan as well through Nishant. And then Pocket FM sort of like.
So let's talk about the Pocket FM story. And, we've spoken about this previously. I mean, to all of you who are watching, some good things do come out of long, tragic commutes, and Pocket FM was one of them. So this is a trip that you were making every day between Gurgaon and Noida, and sitting in the metro and getting frustrated about how long it was taking you. And then you stumbled upon the fact that, look, there's all of this video stuff, but no one's doing audio.
Yeah. I think, I was working at PTM, so I was commuting Gurgaon to Noida. I don't know why. I just decided, okay, fine, I'll commute 3 hours. I have no idea. Like now, at that point I was looking, I was like, what am I doing?
That time there was no work from home, boss. We had to go to office.
Yeah, and I think I wanted to stay at home, right, in Gurgaon. So I think that there was a reason, but I used to question myself, what am I doing with my life? Like wasting 3 hours, all of that. And then, of course, on the side, I have to keep debating with Nishant and Pratik that, okay, what do we do? I really want to do something, right? And I think at that point of time, I was obsessed with content. Because even before sort of Paytm, I was building a short video app. When there was no TikTok.
I think he was also building smart bulbs and
Smart bulbs, short video app. What else were you doing on the side?
And that was the same company, surprisingly. Smart bulbs and then short video app.
Smart bulbs, short video, news app. I don't know.
I think new product that Rohit is working.
Every 1 year I was building something new. But I think I also built a smart bulb. Which changes colors and all that. But anyways, but I think, but I got obsessed with content, to be honest. Like I've been an avid content consumer, but I just realized, this is so cool. Like you can build something out, creators can produce content, and they get famous without a gatekeeper. That was something which was so inspiring to me, to be honest. And I was like just figuring out what else can be done, because I think I clearly missed the short video wave, right? And we got acquired by Paytm, the startup I was working at. And I was just getting frustrated on the metro. It was a metro ride because traffic. I cannot take a cab. It takes more time in a cab.
Yeah.
And I can't watch a video on metro because I used to feel nauseous, while watching a video on mobile phone. And I was just bored. And I started listening to audiobooks and podcasts. Frankly, it's okay for like I can consume a podcast and I want to know about something.
Yeah.
But 15 hours a week, you'll just get bored. To be honest, right? I mean, sometimes it's a bit too boring, especially in audiobook. It'll be like, it'll be very basic, like very bland narration. There's no emotions to it sometimes. And I was like getting bored. And surprisingly, Nishant was at Savan, which was like an audio
platform.
Yeah.
Right?
And I was like, what are you going to do? Build something, you're at Savan, just do something here.
You're wasting your time.
So he called me like, yeah, this is the idea. Like, I think a non-music audio platform, it will have a lot of genres of content. And I was like, I was just looking at the data and I was like, wow. And we're already seeing in Savan a lot of traction happening on the podcast and non-music category growing up, right? I think it just sort of hit off. Like when he told that, I'm like, actually seeing that.
So the bulb went off in your head.
And they were like, dude, this is
smart bulb.
smart bulb. Like, let's just do it. I think that's where the conviction came, right? And he had that personal journey, and then I was just seeing the data at 15 million user base, and this is going to work.
And then who made the call to Pratik?
I think Nishant. So I was actually interviewing for Meta at that time.
He was into the Meta in London, and we had to pull him back. Otherwise, he would have
He was a hard
accepted
catch.
that-
Lost him to Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
You gave up Mark Zuckerberg for these two.
But sort of like I was also convinced when they discussed with me. I think so. From my point of view, I think it was more around serving a lot of underserved content, right? So when you think of video, I mean, you cannot produce like video content for all the content, right? If you look at fantasy genre, I mean, like fantasy is pretty rare in videos, right? So from content creation point of view as well, right? I mean, audio is that category where you can serve underserved categories as well, where the content doesn't exist, right? So I think along with
you called me one day, just say, are you guys serious about, because otherwise I'll have to accept an offer. Like, are you serious about it? Or are you still thinking about it? And I'm telling him,
I think he went to London as well.
he went to London, he was interviewing for Meta, and in between, like, you know.
But that's a pretty high conviction bet then to make on these two and give up the Zuckerberg offer.
Yeah. I mean,
What made you do it?
So Pratik was one of the best developer in India at that time. Android developer. He was working at Hike. I mean, it was really a hard catch. More difficult to catch hold of Pratik than investors actually.
no, I mean,
And the package he had.
yeah,
in
I mean,
Meta.
I really wanted to like from starting itself, right? I mean, I was really fascinated about the tech, right? I mean, how can tech sort of like change millions of lives at a scale? And then hindsight, I always wanted to sort of like build a startup as well. And then with Rohan and Nishant, I got that conviction. I mean, this is it. Let's sort of like
I
start.
remember that Rohan went to that whole Tabanga story and all. That I think had a lot of connect that it's sort of going to work.
Yeah. Like,
But to have had this conversation with amongst the three of you and say, look, audio streaming, like to do the Netflix on audio is what we want to do, what we aspire to do is one thing. But were there any takers at that point in time, from an investor point of view?
okay, so this is very interesting. So we incorporated the company. Obviously, we launched the app in 2 weeks.
How does the name come about?
Oh yeah, so we were brainstorming names. So first name was
Radio Lee.
the Musically. Remember, like Musically was a TikTok.
yeah.
We're like, okay, fine, we'll do Radio Lee or something.
I still have Rohan's number saved as Radio Lee Rohan.
Radio Lee Rohan. It has a nice twang to it.
Right? and I think and then we were brainstorming names, and so we first wanted to sort of say that it's an audio app. So we were initially something came like FM because sort of affixed with
with radio,
audio.
yes.
And then we were brainstorming, we were having polls, like all of that stuff, that okay, what should be the name on Slack? And then I think we brainstormed that, it's entertainment in your pocket. So just call it Pocket FM, and it had a nice ring to it. So we just, I think, and all of us liked it. So we went ahead with Pocket. So accessible. Now I can say it's accessible entertainment and all that, but
that's on hindsight.
And hindsight, it's more to do with that you have entertainment in your pocket, which is mobile first content, not TV or whatever.
Yeah.
So,
I just told an auto driver, like, this is what the app is going to be. I was literally pitching him. Would you use something like this? He was like, yeah, I'll keep it in my pocket while I'm driving.
No.
Yeah.
I want you to narrate this conversation to us as it actually happened. What did you tell the auto driver?
So I just told him, basically he was just watching on YouTube and then driving. I'm like, hey, you're just like looking at the video. You're not looking at the road, right? Like he was like, yeah, but this, I have to watch also. And then, he wanted to consume some content, something, right?
Yeah.
I told, what if there is would you like to listen to stories? And I was like, obviously I watch a lot of content. What if there is an audio story and all that? And then I like sort of described him like, a sort of like a romance drama show like this is there. I just narrated him a story a bit. And then I told him like, what if you can just put on your headphone and then listen?
Listen to it.
He was like, yeah, that I would love it. I'll just put my phone in the pocket. And I think that is sort of connected. I think this is sort of the use case. And today, while just coming back, the exact use case, at 3:00 in the flight, my cab driver was like, in Kannada language, he was listening to some Super Yodha story. I was like, and that feeling, right? Like, he opened that from Namayatri to that event. And then I was like, is that Pocket FM? And then I asked him, like, he was like, I listen for 3-4 hours a day because I'm always on the go. And I don't get...
How does that make you feel?
I think that was like literally emotional moment. Just yesterday we had that. And
interestingly, now in India, I was just this trip, actually I didn't tell you. So I was commuting in SF. Okay. So there's this Uber driver who was actually an engineer at Boeing. And it was also...
that's quite regular.
That's regular in the
valley.
US, right?
Yeah.
So, and Uber drivers in US talk a lot. frankly. And I was like, sure, I'll also have a good conversation. I was like, oh, where do you work? I was like, yeah, at Pocket FM. I was like, yeah, you know, uh, I listen to a lot of content here, and I don't like it. I'm like, why don't you like it? It's like, you know what? It takes 5 hours of my time. I don't like it, so I had to uninstall it.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that's
So, I mean, in a way, how do you see that? As a good problem or a bad
it's
problem?
a good problem. I think, I'm pretty sure he install it again, but
I think one very funny story happened with me as well. So I was doing the immigration in US, and the immigration officer was kept on asking me a lot of questions, right?
why in US?
While I was in US, right? So I kept on answering, and then he asked me last, where do you like work? I said Pocket FM, and then he just laughed. Oh, you work for Pocket FM, and then he was a fan of Pocket FM.
Really?
Yeah, and then he just sort of told me that you can go, right? I mean,
I was just questioning why he's coming to the
no
US.
further questions.
No
right?
further
further
questions.
right?
Pocket
Because
FM same.
you work at
I was
Pocket
amazed.
FM.
I mean, right? I mean, the reach of Pocket, right? The amount of use cases, and I was amazed with that.
Is he listening to it while
He wasn't listening back then, but
I doubt he would be listening to it while
Yeah.
clearing passports and visas. But as you sit here today and recount all of these incidents, from an Uber driver in San Francisco to an immigration officer in the US to an auto driver here in Bangalore, I mean, what was the wildest aspiration that you had when you started off? I mean, what did you think you could achieve? What was it?
I think we started and we had no expectation at all because to be honest, like even when we started, all of us used to tell us it was a video world back then.
Yeah.
Like short video was growing like crazy. All the hype was about all that. And we are like saying that to be honest, it's not like there was a huge tailwind for audio at that point. It's not
No,
like,
in fact, there were headwinds.
headwinds,
Yeah.
exactly. And investors were like, it won't work. Why? And then the first question was, who listens to audio? I mean, sometimes, to be honest, you'll be surprised we still get it. Because of the fact that, there's always some biases that remain. But
No, but even today, when you think of audio, you will think of music, you'll think of podcasts. The idea of fictionalized, serialized content on audio is still something that, takes you a little bit by surprise that it even exists as a category.
yeah. Because it's still very early, to be honest. Like it's very early as a category.
But
today.
surprisingly, if you look at video, it's 60-70% is that. Right? Netflix is just that. They are just fiction.
Yeah.
Right? I think, it's actually quite surprised that it's not there in audio. It should be format agnostic.
I think, Shereen, if you look at fundamentally before the digital era,
Yeah.
radios were the main of format of consuming entertainment back then, and then radio is purely audio.
Yeah.
What has happened over last 10-15 years as smartphones have evolved, digital economy has grown,
Yeah.
right? The radio the consumption of radios have decreased.
Yeah.
But no one focused while digital transformation happened, the smartphone revolution happened. No one focused on digital audio as such, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was the way I think people actually sort of
we'll be surprised that as you know, right? Fiction on radio used to be a big thing. Like the soap operas, the terminology came from radio, not from video, right? So it used to be a big thing, but actually got lost.
all of you used to listen to radios. I mean, back then, right?
Yeah,
just that
killed the radio and now you're in a way trying to revive that.
it's just that during that smartphone revolution, I mean, things got sort of no one built for that, right? So.
But I think the good thing is use cases are already there. That the whole your eyes are busy, ears are free use case is always there. I think we're not creating a use case. We're just giving content in that use case.
Eyes are busy, ears are free. Yes, that's a nice way to put it. But let's talk about building this out. So 2018, when you got started, what was it like to try and draw the first check in to get the first investor on board?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were fortunate also to an extent here because we incorporated the company. We had started speaking to investors well before that. And I think we got the first check 1 month out, right? And from Lightspeed. And
they've been big believers in
they've doubled down every round. So it was interesting because we didn't have any numbers back then. It's not you had to sort of explain why audio. And second was, hey, will this become a big sort of business, even if, you have some market here. So it was really good getting that first check because it was a blank canvas for us. There was literally nothing that you can't learn from anyone's mistakes here, right? So it's
Yeah.
like,
But that's the upside and the downside of being a category creator, right? I mean, you create the playbook, but at the same time, you don't have the template to learn from somebody else's mistakes. So you've got to make your own.
yeah. So I think the first couple of years for us was like, from the seed round that we raised, we realized that the seed check is not for growth. There's not growth capital. There's just experiment capital. Like you have to just keep experimenting and finding PMF, a product market fit, right? We decided, most of us come from a product and engineering backgrounds. You're not media folks. It's not like we'll say, okay, let's launch a show and then let's see how it works. You're like, okay, it's a new entertainment category. So what matters is finding the right format. Like for instance, TikTok had this vertical 16 by 9, 15-second video as an innovation in format. Twitter had this 160 odd characters. Instagram was square photos. All of these were new formats which then evolved into a much bigger platform. So for us, the question was, what's the format? Like, is it like, podcast comedy? We didn't stumble upon serialized fiction from day one, right? It was like an evolution of at least 10 plus format experiments. Used to launch a format, see the data, no engagement, no retention, just, keep pivoting every 2-3 months.
And that's what happened even with the decision to move from user-generated content or move away from user-generated content. Now you, of course, still have it on the Pocket
Yeah,
app.
we are now coming back to that. So initially we started with UGC, realized that, in audio, there's an interesting insight. The bar of quality that you need in audio is higher than video.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah.
Because because in video, both your senses are hooked here, visual and auditory, right? So, but in
So
audio,
you can get away with a lot less.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the audio format.
The
Yes.
exploration is tough, really tough to explore content in audio. You need to really know like what am I consuming, right? If you don't like a content, it's difficult to switch. I have to literally like open the app. The kind of friction that is there to switch is very difficult. In video, I can just swipe up.
Yeah, I think audio is more of a
So-
passive listening, right? I mean, you don't sort of like look at your screen, right? And in video, if you look at bad content, you can just swipe it out, right? In audio, you have to open up your app and sort of like switch the content, right? So that's why the barrier of content quality is like so
so
high.
in video, you can just swipe up.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah,
You're
yeah.
done, right?
Yeah. But this move to, create fictionalized content, serialized content for an audio streaming platform, which is essentially what you're attempting to do. The genesis of that you just explained, but the execution of that, I mean, nobody else was doing it. So how did you build that ecosystem up?
I will tell you the genesis of the serialized fiction content though. So this was like 2020,
19, yeah.
2019, 2020, 2 years in, right? And this was like Diwali time. And it was like 9th, 10th. We have pivoted a bunch of time and formats. Nothing is working. So we decided, let's not go back. Let's go to Goa for Diwali. Like ideally we go back home and all that. We said, okay, let's go to Goa, like chill, because
The three of you.
three of us, nothing is working, right? And we took a road trip actually, right? Road trip to
I
Goa.
think we had just some 20 lakh left in the bank.
20, like hardly 3 months of runway.
I had to
think.
scale down all these servers and everything, right? I mean, prepping for, let's say, for the
Back
work.
up.
I mean,
Yeah.
servers, right? Scale down all these servers.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, we just had 3 months runway.
Yeah.
And we were like, we have to try 10 formats and nothing is working. And we're just sitting on a dinner table, yeah, like, just parents are calling, let's go to Diwali. I'm like, dude, let's not go to Diwali, home. Let's be together.
Because this might be the last trip
Yeah.
together.
So
But-
we went to Goa, right? And it's interesting, like we're like, nothing is working. The last pivot didn't work. I mean, of course, when you keep doing so many experiments and pivots, you learn something out of it. It's not like it all goes to waste, right? And we had learned a couple of things. One, that short form entertainment won't work in audio. It's not that you're listening for 15 seconds. Your use case is longer, right?
Yeah.
30 minutes, 1
Yeah.
hour. So one was that we knew that it would be a long form format. It won't be like TikTok of audio, essentially, right? And the second was that we realized that fiction is the highest engaging format amongst all entertainment, and it's true in video as well, right? And we were sitting in, we're chilling in a pool or something, right? And I think we're just brainstorming. Nothing is working. What do? No one is giving us capital. We need to raise our Series A. And we had met like 50, 60 investors, no traction. That too in audio. Like investors, like, yeah, I told you it won't work.
I
right?
told you so.
I told you
so.
I told you so. And we're like, and then suddenly it hit us that, like, in hindsight, it feels obvious. Everything feels obvious, to be honest, in hindsight. But you're like, okay, if we combine long form and fiction, and then maybe rethink of TV show and audio. Like, have bite-sized episodes, 10 minutes each, have like a proper voice acting, sound effects, music. You close your eyes, you can imagine it's a cinematic experience of sort. Maybe it could work. Don't know, but and also like maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I mean, obviously, we had to figure it out because again, the problem in all of these pivots was the biggest problem. Where do you get content? Like, even if you want to do this, okay, fine, one fine day, you don't have content license and put it on your platform, right?
You've got to create it.
You have to create it.
Yeah, I think we got lucky, right? You remember the first story in UGC? It came actually from UGC. We did a bunch of things, and one of the creator, she had created a 20-hour story called Kitni Mohabbatein.
Kitni Mohabbat,
I think that was like, in the platform it was there, but it was just all hidden, right? We're not propagated and tested it.
Right.
When we sort of took that story and worked with the creator to, change the format into 10-minute episodes, a 20-hour story into 200 episodes. And then I remember Rohan talked to 10, 15 voiceover artists. He found somebody called RJ Priyanka also. So these two artists came together and they, literally recreated. And the numbers were 5x. So investors and holders, if you want to raise Series A, you need to have more than 10% retention. And we were like, wow.
And we were at 2%.
We were at 2% literally. And we have been doing this for 1 year. And we launched this show. The retention is 12%. I'm like, I think in the morning we went. And Rohan was looking at the data. Like, dude, I don't believe this data because too good to be.
First, I told Pratik it's a bug. Okay, because engagement time, the daily listening time, went up to 120 minutes.
From 15 minutes to 120 minutes, just in
2 hours a day. I was like, 2 hours a day is impossible.
Nobody's doing it.
Because in short video world, we used to struggle for 30 minutes, and now someone is saying it's 120 minutes. Where Pratik just check the
debug for 2 hours, consistently, and then literally.
It was
this is real. This is the real deal.
It's not a. So we looked at the servers, is actually the 120 minutes being streamed.
Yeah.
And then
we did talk to a lot of users as well between, right? I mean, talked to a bunch of users and then.
But it was the first off the bat was a hit. But did you worry about the fact that it might end up being a one-hit wonder?
I mean, I think the idea was once it works. I mean, we at least we have a road, we have a path. It's like at least you have seen PMF now. Earlier, if you don't have PMF, what will you do?
Chilling in the pool, came up with this idea, and then finally, this is the pivot that helped you, kind of take this company and take it forward, and as opposed to shuttering it, because that was probably the decision that you.
I mean, we didn't want to, but we were running out of cash, so. Pratik had already, said that I'll optimize server costs and all of that.
Yeah.
And so after that happened, so then I start calling all the investors again, saying that look at this, and look at our engagement time, look at our sort of retention metrics improving.
And then the next check came in.
And then the Series A check came in, and then that was a very interesting. I mean, I think you would also say that, in hindsight, you feel that okay, it happened at the right time. Like it had this happened. If you would not have taken the Goa, you would have.
I think it's luck matters. Luck sort of favors that.
You can't discount that there was some luck involved here as well.
I would imagine, some luck for sure.
The biggest sort of learning is that when you're in a seed stage, there's a very limited resource. So you get to do 10 experiments max with the kind of checks you get in seed fund. And if you're just wrong, see, today we have a lot of resource, right? We do hundreds of experiments right now at any point of time in the company. So it sometimes becomes a matter of luck as well, Those 10 experiments did not work for you. The vision was great. The people were good, but you just couldn't get it.
Yeah.
And I think nowadays seed checks are much larger.
Yes.
For us, it was like a 500K. Now our seed check started at 2 million. So I'm guessing, I think a lot of times we meet entrepreneurs, the idea seed check is experiment capital. Because a lot of times people are
treat it as growth capital. Yeah.
People are I want to grow, I want to increase revenues and at least experiment, get the right product market fit and then use growth capital, not using seed checks to.
So you finally believed with this that you had got the product market right. Then the question is, who's going to pay for it? How do you make money? And I would imagine that investors were asking you that question.
I think that took us 2 years actually.
2 years.
From 2020 to 2022, we literally I think we've done some hundreds of experiments on monetization. For example, one of the weirdest ideas was microtransactions, right?
But that's the idea that's working.
That works.
All weird ideas.
Yeah.
So I just tell you a microtransaction story. We have tried a lot of variations of microtransactions. Nothing was working. So one of our PM, so we were actually like on a trip, and like he had made some bug.
These trips are for for Pocket FM clearly. Huh? So go on a trip and good things happen.
It has actually. So we were actually on a trip, and the PM had made some mistake. He
We're
rolled
not
out
talking
like
about the
a
Prime Minister, by the way. Just
product
to be
product
clear.
manager.
Yes.
yeah. So it's the product manager. So he made the pricing was wrong. I mean, we had kept a very like less pricing, and somehow he made like the price like 5x, and we saw that like like the monetize like yesterday's revenue was like 5x jump. I'm like like you made the price 5x and the revenue is going 5x. What's happening? I think we sort of realized that in microtransactions, the basically a very set of users would love to pay. So our model is like a freemium model, right? You can just listen to the old story for free. But if you want to, it's basically paying for the convenience, right? I'll get 1 hour free, but if I want to listen to more episodes, I have to sort of pay for that. And I don't mind paying like 10 to 15 rupees a day, right? So I think that was sort of an insight, and we had just kept a price of episode as 2 rupee, 3 rupee, and when we actually increased the price, it worked.
So when you moved higher on pricing, it worked better for you.
It worked, and that is when I think we have like even microtransaction is not working.
How counterintuitive is that?
It is very
But I think, but microtransaction itself was like a very interesting story, right? I mean, I think everyone does subscriptions, to be honest, and that's the advantage of also building a new category. You don't have to care about what works in other forms. You can just be like, okay, I'll do what we feel like doing or what we believe is the right thing. And I think that's also what we're realizing over time, that it's a pretty like we get to build a category of entertainment the way we want to, like way our sort of philosophies are, way our ideals are, rather than being like, okay, that's how it's happened in video, so let's just do the same thing. And that's pretty interesting. Microtransaction is definitely, but I think the core of all of this is very rapid experiments. We just do like so many experiments all the time that something, of course, it's thought through experiment, but the probabilities of experiments working are anyways low, right? So idea is to do more experiments, and even
in the hope of finding that one blockbuster idea.
Yeah.
But going back to monetization, and I think this is something that everyone in the digital world is struggling with in some form or fashion. Do you put yourself behind a paywall? Do you go the subscription route? Do you do microtransactions? I mean, what do you do at this point? What's been the big insight? One, you shared with us that, getting the pricing right. And in your case, the higher you went, the better it worked out for you. But, as you look at discretionary spending today, as you look at the market opening up, how much are people willing to spend? I mean, what's the data telling you on the back of what you're seeing?
Yeah, I think just to sort of like take a step back. I mean, if you look at the consumer behavior in India, especially, right? I mean, users don't want to overcommit. I mean, if you ask them to pay 300 rupees upfront, no one pays for that.
Okay.
There's a sachet. That's how sachet works.
Right.
People are actually, users can buy like sachets for 2-3 rupees, but no one is going to buy a bottle of that, right? And that's how sort of like that microtransaction insight came, right? I mean, people buy small sachets, right? I think over the course of last 3-4 years, I mean, definitely, I mean, the propensity to pay have certainly increased, right? Along with, I mean, the models that we have innovated, right? So we also introduced the ads model as well, right? Considering it's a microtransaction model, obviously not all of them are going to pay, considering we are a freemium product, right? So users can also watch ads from like their convenience point of view to earn sort of like coins, right? I mean, so that has evolved amazingly as well.
Rewarded ads.
Basically, in an era of like push-driven ads, you're disturbing the user. It's actually pull-driven ads, right? We don't disturb the users. We give them free content. And if they can either purchase coins or they can say, I want to watch ads or I want to make an e-commerce transaction and they'll earn coins because of that. So it's like a very different approach, right? We're not disturbing the user. I think.
So you're leaving the choice to
the users,
to the consumer.
So either you can like buy coins or you can earn coins as well. And that has sort of like changed the game for us.
I think interestingly, this is like gaming cross content. Like gaming, you see Candy Crush, you have like these, I think the innovation I would say for us has been that how do you gamify the content consumption experience? So that's been a very interesting, it's an intersection of gaming and content.
Also, like considering it's a freemium production, right? I mean, what happens is that, and you don't have to overcommit, right? So typically the behavior of users is pretty sinusoidal in nature, right? So they'll pay for, let's say, certain episodes and then they'll consume it for free for next week, right? and then again for next month they're going to pay for some episodes, and then they'll consume a fee. And that's the beauty of having freemium product, right? Users always have that choice to sort of like pay or consume a free.
But
or
what does that mean as far as, the company is concerned? Because, there is a patchiness to then this revenue that's coming in, right? I mean, it could be lumpy, it could be front loaded, or you could have periods where you don't actually see money coming in. And so I would imagine that that's why ancillary revenue streams on advertising, etc., come into play there. But was this a concern? Is this a concern today?
Interestingly, microtransactions puts a lot more pressure on content, because the content quality needs to be a lot better, right? Because in subscription, what happens is you're consuming and you didn't like it. So you feel like, okay, fine, I didn't like it, I'll move on to a new show. In microtransactions, what happens is, as you're paying per episode, so there's advantages, which is the fact that low barrier to entry, and you're paying as you go. And if there's one flaw in subscription, the subscription flaw is that, let's say you're an OTT platform charging 1,000 rupees a year, which a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Now, all of us as users, let's say, paying a lot more to Netflix, which is, let's say, 7,000 rupees a year, right? You're actually not taking 7,000 from us. You're taking only 1,000, which means you're missing out on the revenue from users who can pay more, and then missing out on users who can pay less than 1,000. Like if I'm comfortable with 500 price point, I won't subscribe to you. Now the question what microtransaction solves is, think of it like it depending on how much you love the content, you can play in this range. You can play 200, you can pay 5,000, you can pay 1,000, right? So that's the advantage of microtransaction, why it worked for us, right?
You kind of based the business on the gamification model, haven't you? I mean, that's core. That's core to how you think through your problems as well.
Right.
Yeah.
But the disadvantages of, as you mentioned, it was a challenge initially.
Yeah. The lumpiness of the revenue.
But now we don't see any lumpiness as such, right? We see on an average what Pratik mentioned is a standard user behavior. So the revenue for some users, some sinusoidal, but an overall average out level, it sort of works out. Right.
So what, 1,000 plus crores today?
2,000
crores as of today. Given where you are seeing yourselves, given all the expansion that you have planned, the new markets that you intend to go into, I mean, what could this number look like a couple of years on?
I mean, when we started Pocket, you mentioned that. I think you forgot. We used to think like, okay, let's get to like, I think
100 crores,
50 crores, 100 crores. It'll be like,
was our revenue target.
Like you get 100 crores, you're sorted.
Yeah.
You're like,
we'll again go to Goa and then chill.
we go to 100 crores was like the target for us. But then now I think, frankly, one is Pocket FM, and as we have now evolved into Pocket Entertainment, where we believe the playbooks we have figured out for Pocket FM, like the content playbooks, marketing playbooks, monetization playbooks, these three fundamental pillars of any entertainment business. I think we're very clear that we have a very new way of building an entertainment business. This is not I still feel streaming platforms are legacy now going forward, right? They were at some point the cutting edge sort of entertainment platforms, but I mean, it's a new era now, right? So
what's new about the new era? Because everyone says that it's never been done before and so on and so on. What's new about the new era?
So I think throughout history, it's creators have never got distribution without gatekeepers, right? And I think content is an art. We don't see content as like, okay, content. It's essentially someone creating some form of an art, right? Stories are actually probably one of the biggest art forms out there, right? And for us, if you're a writer today and you have to go to a gatekeeper, to be honest, to get your movie out, to get your, audio books out or something like that, right? Now, and then the philosophy has always been that some executive knows how to judge content, and someone gets to decide if this content is worth their time or users' time. That I think is a very different. I mean, that is not how it should.
So you're going away from the commissioning route, essentially, of commissioning of content.
Yes, and now with AI, what's happened really, and it's not like hype or something, right? I feel what will happen now is, it's already happening in Pocket. Creators or writers can now produce higher quality content, like on their own using AI. So, for instance, in Pocket, right, we have over 50,000 AI audio shows on the platform, where a writer sitting anywhere in India, anywhere in the world, right? Let's say, the reason we ditched UGC, to be honest, in the beginning was the fact that how would a writer create an audio show? I'm a great writer, but how do I record?
You don't have the tools. Yeah.
You don't have the voice as well.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So now I have to pay someone, right? That's cumbersome. How do I find? I'm like sitting somewhere in some city. How do I find this out? But I have a really good story, a really good one, right? And I've gone to publishers. They have said no to me. What do I do? And I'm doing some other job. Although I want to be a storyteller, I'm doing some other job because there's no way for me to do anything. Now, what we did in 2024 beginning was we realized this is a big moment for entertainment, and you can either be like, okay, it's a hype, it's a fad,
Or you can get on board with it and do something with it. Yeah.
and rewire the company, right?
Yeah.
I think one thing that's going to be very clear in the next 5 years is if you don't rewire it, if you don't rewire the company in the sense that because sometimes when you are building, you have a baggage. You're like even for a startup, to be honest, right?
Yeah.
So we said, okay, we'll just embrace this head on. Like we'll be if you don't do it, we'll fail. It's sort of like the sense of paranoia that if you don't do it, you will die. Right? Let's just do it. So then the first product was this voice piece. So any writer on the Pocket app today can start writing, and they get like a suite of like 50, 60 good AI voices, really good voices. And again, you listen to them, it's very hard. And it just
Distinguish whether it's human or AI.
It and it's getting better every quarter.
And this is all tech that you guys are doing. Yeah.
I mean, so I think just to sort of like add to Rohan, I mean, we're already at 40 CR revenue from AI series only, right? And it's expected to grow 10x next year, right, to 400 CR. I think the other thing was that, I mean, while Rohan sort of like covered the creation aspect, if you look at from users' point of view as well, the consumer's point of view as well, right, and the accessibility of content, right? Like globally, there are 80 languages, 80 plus languages, having more than 1 CR speakers, right? And no one creates content from those languages. I mean, apart from like top 5 or 6 languages, no one creates content for those languages, right? And that's where sort of like your AI is going to fill in that role, right? And we in Pocket believe that content has to be democratized, both for sort of like creator from creating point of view and for consumers as well, right? Maybe a user in, let's say, some country in Africa, right? They should be having content in their own local language, right?
Yeah.
Second part of, I think, our entertainment stack is the our adaptation tool that we have built, right? Where you take a story and then sort of like convert and adapt that story to 80 plus languages.
Okay.
Right. I mean, that has been sort of like amazing product as well.
I think that is one of the big learnings that the stories actually traveled and
the stories are universal, very often universal in nature.
70% of our blockbusters are same in India and US.
Yeah.
And people would actually see that, India and US are a very different culture, the way Hollywood movies are made, the way Bollywood movies are made. But it's like, I think the emotions are and the characters are very universal. And the same thing is happening in Germany as well. So I think with what we have built is like, sort of like OS, right? Entertainment OS, which can like, I have an IP.
So we call it as entertainment OS.
So literally one of the creator, I mean, she's like from Chhattisgarh and she's just like literally a student, right? Her story is now present in German. It's present in UK. It's present in US. So that's the power, right? They could not get this kind of reach without, platform like this and without the power of AI.
So I think I just got to know yesterday. I mean, right. So one of the writer, small town UP, I think.
So the writers are coming in from Chhattisgarh, UP. Right? I mean, this is not.
And Americans are listening to this.
And Americans are listening to writers sitting in Chhattisgarh and UP telling their story.
And that story is like adapted with the help of AI. How do you take a Hindi story written in a UP sort of a style and all that and convert that into a German language? Adaptation is done, and when you listen in like in US, you don't feel that it was written by like a writer from like UP, right? Very different adaptation, very different AI.
And the tool is yours.
Tool is ours. I think we have
for the voice piece
story we have.
I think so. That writer, I mean, arranged his sister's marriage with the money he has earned through Pocket.
So the revenue share.
And surprisingly, I think his story that he has written, I think it's called Brahma Yodha, right?
Yeah.
So that is being adapted to a small town in UP. His story is being adapted to German, US English,
This is a real Make in India moment happening right now.
It is a
It
real
is,
Make in
yeah.
India.
This is
Make in India for the world.
For the world,
For
yeah.
the world, yeah.
I mean, it's like really heartening to see that a story from like a village in UP is actually traveling to the globe, right? And with the power of technology.
And that's where I think Rohan's point on gatekeeper, right? I mean, sort of like
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense now. I mean, there's no gatekeeper. If you have creativity, if you have talent, I think you're gonna achieve
Then the
success, right?
boundaries
are
are blurred.
limitless.
But you know, when you started, did you think that you would one day be serving the US market? You would be producing content in German for Germany, or for in French for France? I mean, did you even aspire to that?
No, interestingly, not at all. Like, I mean, to be honest, I think there's some subtle point here that as Indian entrepreneurs, you are not wired to think global. To be very honest, like
Why do you think that's the case?
because there's not. So I would say, and I have a big issue with this, to be honest. But like, I think the
No,
first
I have an issue with it as well, but I want to hear what you have to say.
because like the first thing is there are not enough instances,
Yes.
right? Can consumer like you have always wired for the other way around that American companies will come to India.
Yeah, I have a problem with this. I want to be the TikTok of India, and I want to be the Instagram of India, and I have a problem with that approach to
True.
thinking.
So I think for us it was like we started off. Of course, we're not even thought remotely that we'll do this, right? Because you don't, to be honest. Like you're like, fine, India's a big market. You'll build it here, scale it here. And in 2021, end of 2021, right? We're seeing India sort of scale up really nicely. We scaled up 10x that year, and we were brainstorming, and we were like, this business, it seems like a new category. Now it will work everywhere. I think all of us are very first principles. It's not like, so we are very first principle thinkers that, okay, if you break it down, the question in front of us was, why won't it work in the US? Let's try to answer that. Not why would, obviously it's easy to say that it will work. We couldn't find any core reason why it would not work in any other geography, like even US, Europe, wherever, right? And then the question for us was that, do we then let someone else do it? Some other person, entrepreneur comes in, builds it on the US, and we are here. And for some reason, it just didn't feel right. Like, that why, like, I mean, we have figured out the playbook.
You believe that you had the right to win, or you should
have
have the right to
and,
win.
you have, at some point, you have an ambition as well that, you know what, of course, like, we'll take over the world here, right? So I think sort of like that.
It's actually a mindset, right? Like, so when Instagram started, the founders never thought we were building for US. They always thought we were building for globe, right? I think that mindset was sort of ingrained, is that, we're just building for India. I think as entrepreneurs, all of us have to now mature. The India moment is there. Any new product that we're building, I think what we have to think is like, from day zero, I'm building for the world. It just that mind block was there. That, it's scary to go global. Do we have the resources? I think we'll just figure out along the way.
It's also sort of like this, it's a very deep cultural thing. I'll elaborate on what it is, right? So we discussed we'll go US, right? We started speaking to a lot of people, and there's enough failure stories of Indian consumer apps trying to go global and rolling back or not working out. But again, I think for us, it was very clear that we have developed playbooks which are agnostic for any language or culture. It's like, how do you find great shows? How do you market them? How do you monetize them? It doesn't matter. It just, obviously the content will be different for US. Even today, a lot of people, when we meet people, they're like, oh, Indians are listening to content in US. I'm like, no. These are like,
Americans are listening to content.
Not Indian.
So it's not an NRI or a diaspora audience.
It's less like that. I mean, it's 99.
So who is the Pocket FM listener in the US, which is now your big revenue generator? What, 70% of revenue is coming in from the US?
70%
so who is the Pocket FM consumer in the US?
So in the US, I think it's one thing I realized, our demographic for audio, like Pocket FM in India, US, wherever, is actually users who have very strong use case of audio content, right? It's in US, in fact, we have 150 minutes of engagement time every day, because US as a market is more mature in terms of audio use cases. You have longer commute times. You have more, US consumers have been consuming audio for a very, very long period of time, from podcasts to audiobooks to music and so on. So our primary demographic in US is 25 to 45, and it's users who the users, the demographic is quite broad. It's not like, okay, this city or this state or this gender or whatever, right? It's sort of like one thing we've realized is the content decides the demographic. So for instance, when we started with more one or two genres, right? Because we wanted to stay focused. And then as we have expanded the genres on the platform, you attract different kinds of
What's
audiences.
the top genre on Pocket FM?
It's drama, romance and drama, and then fantasy.
It's like the big launch in 2024 and it's catching up. I think it's probably going to become number one over time.
I think the thing about fantasy was that, I mean, as we talked about the underserved category, fantasy was that underserved category, right? I mean, you don't get to see a lot of fantasy content on like.
I'm trying to even imagine
Right.
fantasy content in audio form.
Hey, it's actually like very immersive because the kind of there's no like see in video there's always this budget. Can I produce this?
Yeah.
Like the word building is so complex.
Yeah.
I can as a writer you have all the freedom to go like. I mean, we have one of the story which is like 9 levels of power and all that, and like so complex, right? And users love that. How does the hero progress? Keep taking these challenges up. I think this underserved in video is a very big unlock.
I think we see that in sort of like our engagement as well, right? There was definitely a latent demand for fantasy category, right? People just starved of fantasy content. It was just not there, right? And as in when we are increasing our catalog of fantasy, we see like great engagements from our users, right? So that's also, I mean, we're looking at more such categories which are underserved both in US and India, but that's an interesting point as well.
Sort of going back to the US one, right?
Yeah.
I think when we so all of us like a lot of you folks were telling us don't do it. Just don't do it. You'll fail miserably. Like and the thing was because we were series. We didn't have a lot of capital at that point. It's not like we had like $100 million and we're like, we're fine, we'll do 2 markets. But it was like this sort of ambition that, we'll do it, we'll figure it out. No matter what, we'll figure it out, right? That's some sense of confidence we had.
Where does this very high confidence and conviction come from? Because through the course of your journey, I mean, you've been told no more often than you've been told yes. So where does this very high degree of confidence and conviction come from? I mean, does it go back to the way that you were raised, the way that your parents kind of brought you up? I would imagine it has something to do with your roots.
That's a very deep question.
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
I think.
It is a podcast. It is a podcast.
I think some level of confidence also. I think there are 2 layers to it. I have to think about the childhood thing. I'm not too sure, but I think
you're on a couch. You can't regress back in time.
I think the first thing is that we're more first principle thinkers. That I think I mean, a lot of times you fail, like as first principle thinkers, like a lot of times I don't, or like a lot of people don't think first principally. And if something makes sense from a first principle standpoint, then it's more execution failure you are facing. Yeah. It's not like,
the idea was wrong.
It's an execution failure. And I think one thing we've realized over time is that we figure out things through experiments. So most decisions in life and business are reversible, right? So the idea, very few are irreversible, that if you do it, like, things are going to just,
But you also have to have a temperament and a mentality that allows for that kind of experimentation, and also the ability to say it didn't work out, but I'm going to, move on from this.
That's
Not everybody has it.
That's the hardest.
I think, we both were from product background. So that experimentation mindset was sort of always there. As a product manager, he was at Paytm and I was Flipkart, you have that mindset. And then I think we brought the same mindset to content. Like, how do you launch content, right? I think this commissioning, the whole commissioning product it's actually a product.
Yeah.
It's not like, editorial process in Pocket. I think that's the reason we're able to launch in Germany. That's the reason we're able to do it in US, right? The product was already there. So it's basically, we call it as a blockbuster engine. It's basically like a machine. Like feeding 500 shows, it is going to tell 5 shows with 80% accuracy, which will become blockbuster. It's a secret sauce for Pocket. I think, so this whole product thinking and experimentation sort of like helped us build that. And that sort of give us confidence. If this engine is there, the engine should work everywhere, right? I think that was one of the key part for us, the whole product first thinking and experimentation.
Also, like the conviction also comes from the way sort of like we like design things, right? So if you look at like be it content, growth, product, right? Generally, we don't design anything specific to a country, right? We don't say that, hey, we're doing this feature experiment for, let's say, India, The thought process has
So you're
always been-
thinking,
You're
you're
global,
thinking
yeah.
global.
I mean,
yeah.
as Nishant talked about, right? I mean, the entire commissioning approach, right? Blockbuster, it's more of a like general purpose programmatic way of finding content, right? And that won't fail in US, right? That just can't fail in US or Germany,
Yeah.
right? So it also comes from that thinking where you're thinking more first principally, right? And then designing solution like more like country agnostic than actually.
So, let you another example. Like, none of us are from creative background, right?
Yeah, none of
So, what do you do? So,
And
pretty
that's
interesting, yeah.
the odd part,
that's
right?
the hard part.
Yeah.
So,
Mechanical engineers developing an entertainment business.
Yeah.
So we had this show, you remember, right? I think we had to market. No, the one part was commissioning, we built it. The second was marketing. It was actually 10x more complex than getting content out. And I think we remember, right? During COVID, we were just figuring out how do you market this show,
Huh.
right? I think how would you approach, like, you'll hire like editorial leadership and all and tell them, this, I think there was a show called Ye Rishta Kaise, right?
Yes.
First blockbuster in India. And so we're like, how do you market? For example, one of the inside, I think Rohan got, he took like the first 100 episodes, right? And then he just generated like a AI video sort of that.
Huh.
Like literally like, just take all the episodes and just put it on the Facebook, the meta platforms to advertise and see like,
What-
out of this 100 videos, like which one is picking. See, like, somebody from the creative background would never think like this, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think we saw that like some episode 50 had some sort of an incident which people are just loving.
Loving. Yeah.
And then we just took that incident and then we rewrote and optimized the bit, and then that became a viral promo, right? And that got us like some 10 million downloads. Very, very like product way
We were
of
top
talking.
5 in India at that point of time. I think interestingly, I think again, it's a first principle sort of way to think about marketing. Now, when you have a show, if you think about like what do you sell in the show, we have two ways. Either you in video, what happens, you get a celebrity, and even if the story is
Yeah.
what it is, but you can you because of the celebrity you can make it a blockbuster. We didn't have capital to get a celebrity voice or something, right? And you're like, we can't. I mean, how do you sell a piece of content, right?
Yeah.
It's like, and then the second one was you sell the story, which is harder because you have to make people fall in love with the story itself or the character. I think again, then we decided we'll do this, the second one. So break down the problem, and we said, okay, we'll have to sell the story. Now, how do you sell the story, right? We said, okay, maybe again the same thing, right? Maybe we'll I don't know. Let's just put the content all on Facebook and YouTube and see which things are picking up.
The algorithm will
Yeah.
help. It will help.
I think this whole thing, like, it just costed us like some $100-$200 to do this actually. And we were able to do this in 2-3 days. And then he just literally found like the most viral way of selling this show.
Yeah.
I think that became a playbook now. Like we have optimized it further now. See, this is like a playbook, right? Now you can actually do that see, we don't
So
understand.
you can do it in any of the other markets that you're
I
attempting
don't
to break
understand
into.
German at all.
I think-
but we have the playbook. So when I have the show,
The blockbuster engine.
yeah.
And the monetization.
And the
It's
monetization.
actually good to be not a creative folks, all three of us, because we're just thinking like, how to approach a creative problem from a product
I would
sense.
disagree. I think we've become more creative now.
No.
Right? So
He has become more actually.
because if you consume so much content,
I would imagine
You would
some of it will
want
rub
it.
off on you. Yeah.
He has started writing promos now.
No. I think for some, like, I love content, so I'm like listening to content all the time, and it's like, even I can maybe write the story a little bit better, but no, I mean, I'm not.
Is that a pivot waiting to happen?
I would love to.
Promo head.
Written by Rohan Naik.
I think Shane, the other way to sort of like think the exact thing is to sort of like get to the fastest way and then let our users tell what works, right? I think generally like what happens with most of the other companies is that they have the pre-biases, right? I mean, if you look at this example of testing the promos, right? I think we let our user tell what they want, right? In our blockbuster engine as well, like we test what users want rather than having our own biases and then forcing to the users, right? I mean, so that sort of like thinking where we test the fastest way to get to the truth and then what users want sort of like helps us in, I think
that
building
gives us a
those
lot of
playbooks,
unique shows, right? You have a lot of pre-biases.
Yeah.
No one thought like a fantasy show in India. In India itself, I think it has crossed 50 CR.
Yeah.
That show and if
one
you,
show. I
So
think,
what is the most that you
Yeah.
made on a show?
So there, like one interesting thing, right? So there is a show called in India called Ek Ladki Ho Dekha Jo,
Huh.
and that's in US called Saving Nora, right? That has made over 250 crores. And
A single show.
Single show. And interestingly, Saving Nora / Ek Lito Dekha To is #1 show in US drama, US Spanish drama, Mexico, UK, Germany, Spain, Hindi, Tamil,
all like
Telugu, Kannada. 10 languages, right?
Wow.
And interesting, like universal stories, that thing, right? We actually have 10 shows above 100 crore club. Like that, remember the
The
movies?
100 crore club.
100 crore club,
Yeah.
right? We have
Yeah.
actually 10 audio shows. It's not even a movie, right? The
So
question.
10 audio shows on Pocket FM have crossed the 100
100
crore milestone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The next is going to be.
I think some of them will get 1,000 crore.
Yeah.
To. I mean, because this is, by the way, like what Pratik was saying, right? So think of like a show only in US and India. That's it, right?
Yeah.
It's not in Europe, LATAM, Southeast Asia, like Japan, Korea, all of that,
And we
right?
still need to launch.
So when we launch into 80 languages, that
When is that going to happen? When do you launch it?
I think it depends on Pratik, and how quickly he can,
I think the plan is to sort of like launch it in 6 months, because that's the beauty of AI. I mean, there's no,
So
you're
you
not
will
going
be
to take.
able to use AI to service 80 languages in 6
I mean, we can serve more, but we're going to start with 80 first.
Okay, 80
So
in 6 months. That's the kind of turnaround time
Yeah.
that AI is
Yeah.
helping you bridge.
I think initially it used to take, I guess, like 6 months to launch one.
No, 1 year sometimes.
At times 1 year as well. So our like US GTM was 6 to 8 months, and it took an year to create a catalog of 25 content, 50 content, right? But that time is going to be like 2-3 months now.
For Germany, it will be 3 months.
Germany was already like 2 months.
Wow.
So we started Germany, I mean, last October, and today Germany is already at.
I think it's just crossing like 100 CR.
100 CR.
So coming back to then what you see as far as revenue is concerned, but also what you see as costs, because, there is all of this AI piece, which will, I would imagine, require investment. So what are we talking about in terms of costs? What are we talking about in terms of profits as well?
Yeah. So interestingly, one, I think, sort of DNA that's baked in as well amongst all of us is the fact that we have never scaled with bad unit economics. So we're a high gross margin business, right? And ever since we scaled, when we pushed the pedal in 2023, right, we went from like 0 to 2,000 crores in 2 years, effectively. But
0 to 1,000 crores in 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have done that with strong unit economics. Our core markets are actually profitable today. So like, for instance, US is generating significant amount of cash every month, right? India is
also becoming profitable this month.
profitable. The only markets which are not profitable is the new markets like Europe and so on. Now, I think so we are not worried about profitability at this point at all, because we've already demonstrated that our core markets are actually profitable. Not just like, it's not like meager profitability. These are like 30%, 40% EBITDA businesses. These are not like 5-10% EBITDA, right? And so we, at this point, and AI will further accelerate growth and margins, right? It's both impacting both. So I think from a revenue standpoint, we'll be, as of now, the ambition is $1 billion of
By
revenue.
when?
I mean, we would want to do it ASAP, but
No. What does ASAP mean? ASAP could mean tomorrow also. What is ASAP?
but I think 2020, end of 2026, 2027 is where I think conservatively end of 2027 is where you want to get to $1 billion in revenue.
And profitability?
We'll be profitability. As I said, we are already profitable across markets. Now, if we launch new markets, of course, the new markets will take some time to get profitable, but our old markets are already really profitable. So as an org, we are actually operationally profitable today, right? The only sort of, let's say, the small burn that happens is the central sort of costs, right? At an operating level, we are profitable.
I think also like what has happened over the time as we have launched more and more markets is that we have compounded learnings, a lot of learnings, right? I mean, the mistakes that we made in India, initially when we launched India, we're not going to make it in Germany now.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Hopefully.
know, right? I mean,
It's highly efficient.
highly efficient. I mean, very, very high.
New
Yeah.
markets.
Right?
Yeah.
So they're getting to CM3 positive like within 6 months of launch, whereas like these markets took like 2-3 years. So I think that's going to be a game changer for us in terms of scaling very fast, efficiently.
Yeah. I also think about like launching new markets is that we know what content works. As Rohan mentioned about Saving Nora, right? I mean, like India, we had to figure out Saving Nora, Ek Ladki Ko Dekha Hai, right? We had to do blockbuster commissioning and all, right? But in Germany, we don't have to do that. We already know what works, right? And we just have to sort of like adapt it and then launch it, right?
Yeah.
So there's no additional cost of figuring out things in new markets, right?
I think we're questioning like every quarter, like how big we can be, right? So $1 billion is, of course, what that's that. I mean, that's a genuine milestone.
That's the goal for
at least
the
for the
medium
next
term.
2 years,
Yeah.
right? But after that, of course, we'll evolve because I think we are very clear we want to do this for 10, 20 years, right? So, and I know how entertainment is evolving. We have to just keep evolving with that, to be honest.
You know, that we're also going through a phase where a lot of startups who've seen this kind of phenomenal growth in a very short period of time are also getting picked up, acquired by large companies. I don't know if anyone's come calling yet, but is that something that you would even consider?
No.
No?
No, I mean,
Yeah, I
certainly.
think the vision and the way we are sort of approaching this, I think it's going to be better served if we do it ourselves, is what we feel.
Because I think we want to pocket entertainment, right? So it's very clear, and I think I think we were discussing in the beginning. We have a very strong point of view how to a new way to build an entertainment business, just more democratic, using AI, helping creators produce high quality content. Sort of, I mean, sort of our vision has evolved to now. How do you democratize content creation using AI? And I think it's way better doing that independently. And to be honest, as individuals, we would want to keep building this the way we want to build this out. Right?
And we are also like, we are leading that sort of like evolution from traditional entertainment businesses to like new age entertainment OS, as Nishan mentioned before, right? Yeah. So we are leading that.
So, you know, new age companies on the stock market is the new thing, a new age entertainment company on the stock market anytime soon?
I mean, we've not thought deeply about it because we've just been sort of focusing on building the business out. But at some point, we'll definitely think about it. The next few years, maybe next 2 to 3 years, we want to figure that out. But not right now.
Not at the moment. But you know, you said you're generating cash at this point in time. But given the aspiration that you have, do you need more cash? I mean, you've also, by the way, raised just short of $200 million. So that's a lot of cash that you've raised in the last few years.
We are very well capitalized right now. We're not, as I said, we're almost profitable. I mean, org-wide as well. But I think the ambitions have evolved, right? We wanted to first build an audio entertainment platform in India that went to globally. Now we've expanded in US, Europe, LATAM, like Southeast Asia. And then we also now, as we discussed, right? So the playbooks that we have figured out for content can scale for other formats, not just for audio. So
when video likely?
I mean, these are things which we're trying to experiment all the time. But as of now, we have launched novels and comics. And we are experimenting with the video.
Comics is because you're a fan.
No, there's a genuine market out there as well. I mean,
also
because there's a genuine, because I think even same with comics, right? Again, the same thing happened in comics, which happened in audio.
Yeah.
No one is paying attention, to be honest, right? It's a huge market, hardly any content out there because of comics actually had a problem. There's actually a tailwind in comics today because of AI. Without AI, we would not have touched it because it's just so hard to produce one episode of comic because of the draw and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
It didn't make sense. So comics genuinely has a tailwind, right? And what we feel is that we have shows now. I think our edge in any other format is our IPs. So we have Saving Nora, Insta Millionaire, My Empire System, Super Yodha, right? These will work across different formats, right? So I think that's the edge we have when we expand.
You know, I want another number from you because you give us an example of how one of your creators actually funded their sister's marriage on account of the rev share for a story and an episode that they did with you. How much has the creator ecosystem linked to Pocket FM made over the last few years?
So our average earnings per writer is around 10 lakhs.
10 lakh.
So like a writer
So a writer makes about 10 lakhs.
who is sort of, I think there is.
Over what period of time?
This is annual.
Okay,
10 lakhs an annual.
Okay.
And then some writers have now made more than 1 crore a year. I'm making, 1 crore a year, right? And this is only expanding, right? Because UGC, we started with UGC, went to PGC, came back again to PGC plus UGC now. It's like a 1 year old.
So how many of this writer community is based here in India? How much of it is global today?
So I think 70% is India because India got launched first. Ahead of time. But I think now we have writer ecosystems in US and India. So I think that's going to grow. But I think for the next couple of years, we want to focus more on US and India as a writer community and then sort of expand to Europe and so on, because sort of US and India already are giving us really good IPs which travel across the world in different sort of directions. So So I think
I think we wanted to announce something on this channel. I mean, so we know for the fact. I mean, stories of like travel, it works across format. I think so. We're also going to launch Pocket TV soon.
Okay.
The video platform.
Finally getting into video as
Getting
well.
to-
Getting into video as well. When is that going to happen?
So basically, I think the insight is that so I mean, think of it as like the reels, the Instagram reels and all that, but in storytelling. 1 minute episode, 2 minute episodes, serialized, like a 50 episode. I'm just like, I start the day, I'm waiting for a bus. I watch 5 episodes, 10 minutes. I'm on the metro. I'll watch another 3-4 episodes, just 2 minute episodes, and bang on. Like every episode is filled with so much drama and all that. I think this we have tested. The PMF is like crazy. It's out of the world, right?
What is the kind of traction that you're seeing?
I mean, it's like, it's obviously it's video, right? So it's crazy.
So interestingly, I think Shane I think we have an interesting insight, right? And like even I mean all of us when you're watching long form video nowadays, I'm skipping.
I think
Most of the time I'm skipping.
Or you're like walking away, walking back, all of that.
Nothing really happens. Frankly, it's like nothing really
A lot of
happens.
this patches where it's very slow.
yeah. And the thing is that attention span is also
Yes, it has decreased
So
significantly.
now for us, I think entertainment is going. I mean, video also is going to go toward the. Short video is taken over, right?
Yeah.
Because it's very
Yes.
quick, engaging. Only thing short video didn't have is fiction.
Yeah.
Is entertainment. That's it. Everything else is sort of there right now. Now our sort of again the hypothesis here is that serialized short drama would actually work really well.
We're calling it as short drama, actually.
Short drama in a minute.
Yeah, it's like one story is like 50 minutes, 50 episodes of 1 minute. It's
But to be honest,
So you're trying to do to television what Maggie Noodles did to the noodle category, is it?
we're gonna be launching
less by a minute. Less by a minute.
let's buy a minute exactly, and microtransactions and all of that. So interestingly, we feel that I don't know, like maybe we'll. I mean,
And this is going to be largely AI?
for
some categories,
but
yes.
for drama, it's going to be real casting.
I think the
For
fundamentals.
fantasy,
I think the fundamentals would be AI, the blockbuster, the commissioning, but the production is gonna be a thing. Like
I mean, this is again 1 year down the line. We don't know, right? So maybe 1 year down the line, we want to make it full AI. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
But I think we have now figured out AI in audio.
But the
Comics.
cost for this would be higher, I would imagine.
it's not actually,
No?
because it's a short video, right?
Right.
It's 9:16, so it's like very character focused. So it's actually shot on a very low cost. I mean, a typical is like $50K to shoot the entire short drama of 1 hour.
Okay.
So it's almost
And I think there's an
30 to 40
interesting
lakhs.
insight here as well that I think most of traditional media is built for TV and big screens. Mobile is like, you don't see resolutions also, frankly, when you're, and
So this is mobile first,
Mobile
for
first,
pocket.
pocket.
accessible entity.
That's interesting. So when is the launch date?
Hopefully by in May we're gonna fully sort of launch.
I think maybe
We're
like
just gonna
June.
announce that.
June 1st is the
June.
launch.
Yeah, depends on again
First,
Pratik.
The AI and the tech.
The AI and the tech, the pressure is on you. The pressure is on you. So, that's the big announcement, and you heard it first right here on the Young Turks podcast, and we look forward to seeing Pocket TV as well. But I want to end by asking the three of you about, it takes a lot to be able to build a business, but to also try and put more energy into the relationship, which keeps the business going. And that's important as well. How much do you consciously sort of spend time on keeping that equation going?
Trips are necessary, right? So I think
How many trips a year are you still doing?
it's reduced a bit. We should do it more
To
often.
the marriage, but
Once a quarter.
But I think apart from
With the spouses or minus the spouses?
With the spouse.
With the spouses, okay.
But I mean, apart from just professional sort of like bonding, I think it's very important to have like personal bonding as well. If we have that, I mean, whatever happens in professional, you can just go over a drink and then solve it, right? So I think over the past 10 years, I mean, we have built that personal sort of like bond as well, where we're deeply connected.
And I think you understand different styles, right? I
Yeah.
mean, everyone has a different style of leadership and approach. So you understand the nuances much better over time. So that also helps.
So I'm going to ask each one of you, and Nishant, I'll ask you, since you've known him longer than Prateek has, how would you classify his leadership style? What do you think is special about the way that Rohan does things?
No, I think, see, one sort of like really good strength of Rohan is like, when you have a problem, I think we both approach a problem in a very different way, right? So he actually goes very deep, like in the sense that, if I have to, figure out a way to sell, he would actually go and like sit and write himself, do all of that, right? Very in depth, more creative first as well. Whereas I think, and that's very actually been a real big advantage for us, right? The way he approaches is more from, whereas mine is more like a product thinking, right? Like more data first, more product first. So it becomes like sort of complementary, a product and data first, and then more first principles and, creative centric solutions sort of come together like really.
So Nishant is like really, really like the data driven, like
He's the data wizard.
he comes up with metrics that you're like, oh, this is actually a good. I mean, I think sometimes like we're a data driven organization, right? We track data across content marketing, all of that. So how you define your metrics actually makes a big impact.
Yeah.
Like if you're choosing the wrong metric, if you're looking at the wrong metrics, you'll actually make wrong decisions, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, Nishant comes up with these really interesting metrics. I'm like, oh, I've not thought about this metric.
And then he brings up with that emotions, like sort of that together.
So you're the emotions guy on this
The EQ.
couch, huh?
Maybe.
Higher on EQ.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So
And Pradeep brings in the technology.
Yeah.
So I'm more like execution. So like first, I mean, so I see like how do we like get to the truth faster, right? So that's more of like working style, right? But yeah,
And I think Pratik is like does like so. So when we started Pocket FM, our app got coded in 2 weeks, and like just 2 weeks we launched. Like the speed to market, like the sheet to ship, even in AI, like let aside traditional engineering, right?
Yeah.
Even on the AI front, in the last 1 year itself, right? Just one and a half years.
Zuckerberg's loss has been pocket gain.
Otherwise, you would have been shipping.
Yes. Sitting somewhere in Palo Alto.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I would imagine. But again, and I don't know how many people know this, but the three of them lived together till they decided to get married, and COVID would have been a difficult year for everybody, but that must have also kind of cemented the bonds that you have, because you lived together in the lockdown, kind of spent all your time with each other. Were there points of frustration, or did you how did you cope with that experience of being together 24/7?
We used to always live together since 2018. So when we moved to Bangalore from Delhi. Like we moved to Bangalore because we felt that's where startups should be built. And
you still feel that way?
Yeah. For sure.
Bangalore rules
For sure, right? And I think we've always been living together since after they got married. All of a sudden, so that's
all of a sudden.
I got
didn't prepare you for the shock.
Prepared. I got kicked out anyway, and but I think it was really the advantages were we were just at home locked, right? We can't step out. You had to divide like responsibilities of who cleans, who cooks and all. We got to know who's a good chef and all that. But yeah, I think there was really a good stage. I think we brainstormed a lot 24/7. The problem with this, only problem was we should talk work 24/7.
24/7.
Nothing else, right?
Because you see someone in the hall, we're like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? But I think that helped. It led to faster iterations, faster decision making. And brought us closer.
And also, I think the way we sort of wired is all three of us DNAs. If there's a conflict, we always say, let's do both. Let's experiment, and in a very low cost way. I think that DNA has actually got into the company as well. At any level, anybody can actually go and say, I want to do this experiment. Nobody's going to stop in the company. I think we never have this like, the manager is going to tell something, I have to follow that. So I think that sort of DNA is sort of, built in the company.
Interestingly, writers love us, like the content team, because if always in their previous jobs, they used to have to listen to their managers. Their managers telling me this idea won't work. Even in content, one is product engineering, everyone does experiments, right?
Yeah.
We do experiments in content itself, like some writer, like some editorial head wants to do an experiment to write the show in a different way. We actually, I mean, sometimes one show has like 5-6 versions live on the platform. So it's very interesting. Like, no one does that. Netflix won't have 10 different, any streaming platform won't have 10 different versions of a movie, to be honest, right? But we have like a few versions of an audio series. So I think it's very like, if you have interestingly, like we've also started doing this, that if someone has a new idea about any new business as well, so we write a seat check. We like, you present us pictures, we'll give you a seat check, not a big one, but we'll give you a reasonable size seat check. You prove us that this is actually workable. And then you get a series A and series B and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think a lot of now like folks reach out to us directly, right, to implement their ideas as well. And I think one of the beauty of having 3 founders is that if you have an idea, right, the execution path could be different.
Yeah.
So all 3 of us can try a different execution path and then make sure that one of that
arrive at whatever's working the best.
Working the best.
Yeah, and that kind of settles any disagreement or conflict that may arise. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking with the 3 of you. Thank you so much for coming together for the very first time to talk to us about the Pocket FM story. More importantly, taking us through what next as far as Pocket FM is concerned. We wish you the very best of luck with Pocket TV and all the other markets that you intend to go into, and we'll be tracking that very closely as you approach that $1 billion aspiration that you've set for yourself. This is, as they put it, a Make in India for the world story, quite truly. And it's been a story of perseverance, patience, plenty of grit and determination, and very, very high on conviction. From all of us here on the Young Turks Reloaded podcast, thanks very much for watching. Do stay tuned. For more news and updates, all you need to do is follow CNBC TV 18 on all of our digital platforms. There was a sense of frustration, a sense of anxiety, but also a sense of excitement कि भाई ये IPO हो क्यों नहीं रहा है, right?
Until 28th November, it was not clear that IPO हो रहा है या नहीं हो रहा है. Whatever can go wrong has gone wrong. Not so great year for fintechs to go listed in India.
All credit to the IPO of pulling this off goes to only one person, and that is Upasana.
Anything that the regulator can do can in fact cause an existential issue. How has that been for the two of you to deal with?
Oh, it's been crazy. And fintech as a sector, I still see as a sunrise sector. But with this kind of environment now, if you see who's investing in fintech, whether it is private companies, is not the preferred sector for investment. But India needs billions of dollars of investment in fintech.
So if you had to start today in this regulatory environment, would you start it? A fintech company?
I would absolutely start. If you had asked any one of my electrical engineering batch, is Bipin the guy who's going to start a company who will take it to IPO? I don't think so.
You were apprehensive of actually joining Bipin and being part of MobiKwik. Why was that?
When we met, very serendipitously, we went to watch a play at India Habitat.
What was the play called?
What Women Want.
So you're fine.
I was not the organizer.
I would say I had the gas. I need the ignition.
Ignition, and she provided that. Pressure on you. You've had a difficult quarter. With the losses widening quite significantly. Has that changed the way that you think about the business?
We know how to build a scaled and profitable fintech company. So full stop. We know how to do it, and we have done it. But does it mean that the macros will always be the same?
Yeah.
Does it mean that things will not change, or you will not have 1 or 2 quarters up and down? The answer is no.
The song that embodies how you're feeling today about MobiKwik and about life in general.
लक्ष्य तो हर हाल में पाना है.
Hello and welcome to this edition of the Young Turks Reloaded Podcast. I'm Shereen Bhan. My guests today have an unusual story. They're part of the first generation entrepreneur cohort who decided to start up in India almost 15 years ago. Today, the company that they run is a listed entity, did very well on its listing day, listing at a premium of almost 90%. And of course, since then, we've seen the markets correct, but that is a story that they're going to share with us on where they see MobiKwik in the future. Bipin and Upasana, many thanks for joining us here on Young Turks, and it's great to have you back. And I want to start by talking to you about 18th of December 2024, because that really has been in many ways that milestone moment that you've both been working towards and waiting for. And I want to link this to your comments that was made on one of our programs, Upasana, where there was a sense of frustration, a sense of anxiety, but also a sense of excitement कि भाई ये IPO हो क्यों नहीं रहा है, right? That was a comment that you made saying everybody is getting cleared but not us.
Right. So I think, what they say, that things that you have to work really hard for, finally when you achieve them, I think the sweetness of that victory is amazing. And I think that, kudos to all the tech entrepreneurs in India who have gone public recently and also in 2024. But I would say that the journey for us was, I think, far more tumultuous, far more arduous for various reasons. I think some people have also said that, whatever can go wrong has gone wrong from a climate and environment perspective. So I think it was a not so great year for fintechs to go listed in India. And I think many things happened during the year, also ups and downs in the market. So it was therefore a harder sort of journey for us. And, people are talking about it took us 1 year. We filed our DRHP in January and we completed the IPO in December. But, I want to tell you that we were working on the IPO from 21 because we had also attempted once in 21.
Absolutely.
And, we had some bad luck, even though everything that we had done was perfect, so to speak. So this was really, a long, long sixer that we were waiting to hit, so to speak. And I can tell you that we were both very happy and excited at the final outcome because it was, I don't have words, like it was extremely hard for us is what I can say.
Yeah.
I want to add something, about what she said in the beginning. I have seen her pull this IPO off in close quarters. Okay. And of course, I've been part of the process as well. But all credit to the IPO of pulling this off goes to only one person, and that is Upasana. And I am not trying to say this just because she's my wife or she's my co-founder. No other person in this kind of environment, in this kind of a space. Please remember, think of O&D quarter when there was so much bad news
Around fintech.
that had come around fintech, around regulation, around earnings, around digital lending. So much so, one of the guys we were chasing for giving one of the investors, he didn't even give us a meeting. He said, you guys do this, but BNPL or whatever it is. And, we don't look at this space. He said, okay, fine. That's not the only business we do. We have a payments business and lending business. Guess what? Until about 45 days into the process, kickstarting of the roadshow, we didn't even get a meeting from that person, that team. And it was just like, we were like, okay, is this happening? Not happening. Because we knew that getting someone like that mean the IPO is going to get done. And going to be very super successful versus maybe not happening at all. And over a WhatsApp conversation, she pushed that person saying, okay, you at least give us a meeting. You come for lunch tomorrow in because you're wherever it is. At least I'll give you a very nice lunch. And, we went there for lunch and that led to a 3.5-hour meeting, which led to a follow-up, another 4-hour meeting that led to that particular investor leading our IPO. Now, this is what I say, what Upasana can accomplish. And that is the day when I, put my hats off and said, look, what is impossible? We talk about impossibles every day, overcoming challenges. But if we can do this in a sector so hard, like so difficult as fintech, then I think whatever is happening now it's nothing, right? I mean, we just going to go from strength to strength.
So for you, impossible is nothing. Quite literally, right?
You should hear my motivation playlist.
What is your motivation playlist?
It has an eclectic mix of English, Hindi, and Punjabi, but it has never given.
No, Kashmiri?
Well, Kashmiri also. It has never give up. It has unstoppable. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Aam jaise munde hi bade bante hain, and apna time aayega. And like,
So this is what
lakshya to pana hai. This is
daily affirmation.
daily in the morning while taking a jog or while taking a shower. Daily I play it. Daily. I mean, at least I got through the entire sort of hard months of IPO just with. I like music, and it has a power on me, and I can use it to convert my mood and really.
No, but on a serious note, to Bipin's point that it was touch and go, quite literally. You have that very short, limited window. What made you persevere? What made you not give up?
I'll tell you one simple thing. 10th, 11th, 12th were the offer dates for us. Rather, 10th was Anchor, 11, 12, 13 December was the IPO. I think until 28th November, it was not clear that IPO ho raha hai ya nahi ho raha hai. So,
Literally the last 18 days.
yes. And then we knew that after 15 December, it's just
There's no window.
there's no window, right? Like people go for investors go for vacation, etc. And look what has happened in January. So I'm thankful to God. I'm thankful to our team Flash, and I'm thankful to Bipin, my colleague Anand and I. We just persevered, and we pushed each other. I might have got the meetings, but it's a team effort, right?
Yeah.
Somebody's the opener, somebody's the closer. That's sort of how I think about it.
There is a hotel in Mumbai near the airport, right, where we once during this roadshow checked in late night, and then we had to take a flight to Singapore the next day, and we came back the night after, and then we came to the reception, and that lady said, "Didn't you just come in yesterday?" I said, "Yeah, we went from Mumbai to Singapore, and now we are back here."
Back.
Because guess what? We made a pact, like we want to stay in Mumbai until the IPO is done. And that's it. And we did it.
But Bipin, I want to go back to the start. As Upasana said, you've had a tumultuous journey when you started in 2009. And there have been many reasons why you probably should not exist today, but you continue to exist. And today you're a listed entity. But I want to go back to your conviction in wanting to start up in 2009. Your family didn't want you to start up. You were the oldest son. You had that responsibility and the baggage of having seen a family business not go through the kind of expectations that you had. The conviction to start up, what made you want to do it?
So firstly, thank you, Shereen, for inviting us here. And I think it's I think more than 15 years later that we are doing the back on Young Turks.
Yes.
And first time we came, we were shooting from an apartment, which was our first office. So it's great to be here, back again, and reliving those days in terms of how we started up. And that was 2011, and I started up in 2009. Look, I mean, I think I was pretty frustrated with what I was doing just in work, and I wanted to make an impact in my life. And I had multiple options. I thought, maybe I should go study MBA. I'm from IIT Delhi, and, a lot of my peers would go do MBA and get jobs in consulting, banking, earn a lot of money, or go do masters, etc. But I had been working for 6-7 years in India. So the path was clear to me, either go do masters. I think that was pretty much it. And that's when, I got an idea. That, all of these things that we are doing with cash, like topping up your phone by going down to the shop. I being the eldest child, I was more responsible, but I was also very lazy because I had 2 younger siblings, and
So
I
send them to recharge your phone.
to recharge my phone. And sometimes when they were not around, my mom would say, "Why don't you go and do it?" I was super irritated, and I think Upasana can attest to it, how I am. So I was like, why is there no website where I can go and do this? And then that's when I realized, and when I looked at data, there is hundreds and millions of people doing this every day.
Yeah.
And I would say, that's not great for productivity, right? Firstly using cash, and secondly, just wasting time.
Yeah.
So that's how the idea of MobiQuick was born. But honestly, someone like me was not the kind of person who you would vote for to start a company, right? Not
Why
the kind
is
of
that?
person. Look, I mean, if you knew me in college, for example, or in school, I was the most introvert, antisocial, awkward guy
Huh.
you would come across. Good in academics, of course, great in maths.
You made it to IIT Delhi that
Right,
way.
IIT, but within IIT also, right? When you get to IIT, there's so many people who are so smart, right? I mean, participating in sports and dramatics and doing whatnot, and I was not one of them at all. And I was not the topper either. So it's not like academically I was the topper. So if you had asked any one of my electrical engineering batch, is Bipin the guy who's going to start a company who will take it to IPO? I don't think so. I don't think they would have voted for me. But when, it came to taking a plunge and doing something and getting that conviction, is just that at that moment you get that conviction, and then you don't worry about what are the resources that you have to pull this off, right? I'd worked for a few years, and being the eldest son, coming from fairly modest backgrounds, like you said, we used to live in a 5-room house. 1-room house, 5 people. 5 people in a 1-room house, like not 1 bedroom, but 1 room. And so coming from there, cracking IIT, getting a job, saving some money, buying my first house, those were significant achievements for me and also for my family.
I would imagine, yeah.
And to give that all up, to say, let's start from zero. To start a company, I think Upasana had a great role to play in it. Of course, when I met her, she's the kind of person, she pushed me into it. But yes, the desire was there in me to do something, and I think that's how it started. And then once it got started, I think then post that,
No looking back.
No looking back.
Well, we'll talk about the many twists and turns that have happened in MobiKwik's journey in a second. But Upasana, I want to come to you now, because you didn't want to get into MobiKwik. And I'll put this in the context of a conversation that I had with Mr. Murthy. When he was starting Infosys, the seed capital came from Sudha Murthy. She was an engineer herself. She was qualified to be part of the business. But he decided that the founders' families will not be part of the business. And today, he believes that he would have done it differently. If he had the opportunity, he would have done it differently. You were apprehensive of actually joining Bipin and being part of MobiKwik. Why was that?
So, 2 things. Firstly, I want to just say that when he was talking about himself, that, I don't think I could have been a founder. I think he was being too hard on himself. He never had the time to have fun or work on his personality, because he was always bogged down with responsibility. So anyway, but I do want to say that when we met, very serendipitously, we went to watch a play at India Habitat.
What was the play called?
What Women Want.
So you're fine.
I was not the organizer. But we met serendipitously to a friend who had invited a bunch of us. And I was going to say that even in that first meeting, it was very apparent to me that, this guy is going to do something. He's going to achieve something big. But I didn't know that, my life is going to get intertwined with him. So anyway, we became friends over the course of the next few weeks and months. And it became apparent to me that he had this latent ambition that मुझे कुछ बड़ा करना है, मुझे कुछ करना है. And he was probably not getting the encouragement, or he needed one catalyst, I think, to throw him off.
You were the fire starter.
I pushed him off the cliff. It's like, you have to jump. Like, how much are you going to think about it? You've done everything for your parents, family, ghar hai, enough savings hai. So, I think he was 28. I'm like, if you're not going to do this for yourself right now, then what is the point? You won't believe. When I met him, he already had the MobiKwik logo. He already had a website. He already had some junior in IITs helping him code the whole thing. He was just not, converting it from a hobby project to a real life.
So you needed that somebody to just push you to take the plunge.
I would say I had the gas. I need the ignition.
Ignition, and she provided that. But did you have a conversation on when you actually started up? And I would imagine that it's refined over the course of the years on what role each of you would play. How would you demarcate the roles at home versus the roles at work? I mean, what was that like? Were these conscious conversations that happened, or this kind of organically fell into place?
No, so what I wanted to say in continuation with your previous question also, so he was getting started and I was very clear that I have moved back from California just to do my own payment startup. So I'm going to do my thing and you are going to do your thing. Because at that time, our personal equation was also not very clear.
You were not
friends, we were just about to start dating. It was all in flux. And I was like, why create so much, chaos? You do your thing, I'm going to do my thing, but you must do your thing. That much I'll keep pushing you for. So he got started. I was still working on my own ideas, etc. And I think few months after getting started, he left his job. Other people that he had started with, they were doing part-timing and they had that hopes that this will, go somewhere like immediately. But of course, you have to toil very hard.
Yeah.
So when they left and he was doing it alone, like I literally saw, so we were dating by that time. I literally saw this man work for 22 hours every day, where he's doing business development in the day to go and meet the Docomos and the Airtels of the world. He's doing coding in the evening and he's doing customer support in the night and finance in the night. I was like, oh my God, ye to kaise hone wala hai? And I still kept like, okay, I'll just help you as a friend. Like, I'm not jumping into this thing. You must find other people. After I saw his commitment and his respect towards his work. It's like all in, super all in. Then I realized that why am I being a doofus, right? Like his idea is MobiKwik. It's a wallet. मैं तो PayPal में wallet ही करके आई हूँ. I know payments. I know risk. And anyways, I was helping him on those points as a friend. So I'm just being stupid in trying to identify a separate idea and not just doubling down on this. And I think that's sort of when
you also decided.
Yes. 6 months after he had started MobiKwik, I finally said, okay, I'm going to do this full time with you now. And फिर आगे जो होगा देखी जाएगी.
आगे जो होगा वो देखी जाएगी. And we're sitting here today talking to the two of you as you are now a listed entity. But Bipin, coming back to the question that I asked Upasna, was there a conscious conversation around how you would structure lives at work and outside of work as well?
So we were not married then. But we were living together. We had started living together. And our dining table in the drawing room, that was our workplace. So it was basically about getting from the bedroom to the dining table and starting the work. I think we split that organically. I don't think there was any conscious conversation. It was more like 50-50. If I'm making breakfast, she's making dinner. Things like that. But I think we were super kind of efficient. If I go back and see, as like we're not even 30, so our needs were not that many. Our chores were also not that many.
Right.
So we could focus 80% of our effort and time
on building MobiKwik.
And so I think that was a big plus and helped us kind of, do these things in a way where even if you fight, which were not uncommon, right? I mean, of course, if you're living together and working together, that's part of the ritual, I would say. But yes, I mean, you have to let it out in terms of you're living with a person and you're also building something in terms of what you're doing is not right, what you're doing is this, we should do it this way or that way, or something about food, right? So I think those things we overcame because we had already become deep as friends, to the extent that these fights couldn't kind of separate us in any way, right? We knew that the fight is going to end.
Yeah.
And you're going to ultimately have a silent period followed with a...
Who breaks the silent period? Who makes up? Who's the first
I do.
to
I
make
think
up?
I would like to say I do.
Does he?
Well, I don't know about that. I think he speaks only for, in the business and professional setting, you will not imagine he's an introvert. But at home, it's very hard to get him to talk. So I'm not sure. But theek hai, if you want to take brownie points.
Okay, fine. So she's given that to you, Bipin. But I remember I think it was you who made a statement that the two missions that you're on is building MobiKwik into a profitable venture and staying married. Which one is harder?
I would say, both of them require, controlling your emotions, having patience, and enjoying the journey, rather than, hoping for some kind of an outcome. And that's what has kept these two missions alive, because just like in building MobiQuick,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we had so many ups and downs. At some point you wonder, is it really worth it, right? What you're doing every day, waking up, so much stress, trying to solve this problem and then trying to solve another problem. I don't think we had that level of, fights or disputes, at least personally, ever. But yeah, I mean, work seeps into your personal life and creates a kind of subconscious stress,
Yeah.
which we later realize that, these tempers or these conversations or these arguments are resulting from some latent stress coming from work, rather than, something that you don't like about the person. And then you go back to knowing that, this person is your best friend ever, right? Who understands you probably better than you do yourself, because she has seen you,
Through all of your phases. Yeah.
and go through all the highs and lows. And I think that is where, I think it has kept us alive together.
No, but and this is an important issue, and not just because people end up working together, but as couples, as you navigate the many challenges that you encounter in life, at work, and so on and so forth. I mean, the two of you have an even more challenging task because you're working together and living together. But what do you believe you're mindful of? What do you think keeps a relationship healthy, strong, robust? Friendship clearly is core to that. But, share with us what it's taken for you to build this relationship.
I think that one thing has been easy for us, regardless of the challenges in life, whether in personal or professional. I think we have a very simple and similar value system. So I think that keeps us together, because we could fight like cats and dogs over, which sofa to buy, as an example, or not. But on simple things, on ethics, on responsibility, on how you live your life, I think we have the same sort of moral code, so to speak. So that keeps us together, because we know we'll think exactly the same way on this. I think mutual respect, and the fact that, we've both independently achieved a lot on our own in our personal lives. I think that has also helped us. But what you're asking, creating demarcations, creating boundaries, like in terms of what I do now for the last few years, I've been focusing more on external facing thing, investors, finance, PR. And I don't get into any of the product and business decision making that he has been involved in. But all of this realization has come, I think, after the first 7-8 years. The first 6, 7, 8 years,
You did everything.
We did everything together, and then we realized, we got married a few years after we started, and we had our kid 7 years after we had started MobiQuick. I think that was the inflection point when we realized that we can't be coming home at 9:30, 10, because we realized that during the pregnancy itself that we'll have to change our ways of working.
Yeah.
I think I became very efficient with my time, and I think he also realized that, when you don't have a kid that you have to go back to, you can be in the office till 10, and you're also having a jolly good time with your colleagues, and you're having pizzas for dinner, but that doesn't scale well further, right? So I think after that, we started becoming more conscious about how not to bring work stress to home, how not to bring work arguments to home, and how to cherish the time that we have at home as a couple, as a family, with our kid, with our parents, with our siblings, etc. I think a lot of that evolution has happened in the last 5 to 7 years, where we try to stay actually as far away. In fact, in the office previous to the current office, our seating was also very far away. I don't want to see you all day.
Was that conscious? So you don't have work lunches together?
No,
Absolutely not.
No,
never.
never.
I don't recall the last time only the two of us had a lunch together at work.
In fact, almost always, whenever we want to, so our office is very close to a mall. So when often we step away to get a coffee or salad or something, almost always we'll like to go for lunch or coffee with one of our colleagues who, we want to hang out with socially, or we have some work matter to discuss. So chalo saath mein kar lete hain, like that.
So that separation, I guess you require your space as well to be able to work on the things that you want to work on. But let's talk about where you find yourselves with MobiKwik today, and what the future holds. Today you're a listed entity. How's life changed for you? And I'll ask you this in the context of the fact that you had a great listing. From the peak that you touched in December of over 600 rupees, it's down 50%, but the markets have also corrected quite significantly. Does that now put pressure on you? You've had a difficult quarter, with the losses widening quite significantly. Has that changed the way that you think about the business?
Not really. If you see, one of the first things I did when I knew for certain that we are getting listed is I talked to one of the very well-respected entrepreneurs based in Silicon Valley. He's also an Indian founder. And I asked him, how has your psychology changed since your company got listed? And one thing he advised me, and he said, one thing you follow every day, don't look at the stock price. And so what he meant is, and what I understood is, see, these markets and even I would say BFSI sector, macros, what's happening in US, these are beyond our control. So I cannot control all of it. What I can only control and we can control is our business. And that business has scaled to a level where we achieved certain numbers. Last year, we became profitable. And by the way, we did it since 21 was the last fundraise. We did it without raising any additional funds. And we got to almost 890 crores of revenue and some 30-40 crores of EBITDA. So we know we can do it. We know how to build a scaled and profitable fintech company. So full stop. We know how to do it. And we have done it. But does it mean that the macros will always be the same? Does it mean that things will not change or you will not have 1 or 2 quarters up and down? The answer is no. And I think we are very, very bullish on MobiKwik, on what we can build and what we are building today. Because just I was discussing before our conversation, is that the opportunity of digitization in finance, what have we done and achieved in India? It is nothing. It is not even single-digit percentage. Whether you talk about UPI, whether you talk about wallets, whether you talk about stock market investing, whether you talk about digital lending, it's all in single-digit percentage penetration. Whether you talk about insurance. So all we have to do is keep building it, but keep building it the way we have done in the past, which is keep costs under control, be efficient, and now, like we were discussing, now with AI in the mix, you can be super efficient in terms of how you build your business. So I think the platform and the foundation is there. I see the IPO. Many people think IPO is like the culmination of something.
No, it's this actually could potentially be the start of a whole new chapter.
We didn't sell a single share in the IPO. Neither did any one of our shareholders. That tells you about what they think about the future of MobiKwik. I will not comment on things like what the valuation is or what the valuation was or what the stock price is today. But these are the people who have seen us perform over so many years, overcome challenges and demonstrate resilience to getting us here. So now, we have 500 crore plus that we've raised in the IPO, which is in the bank, which we didn't have. So I would like to think the future is bright and we keep building.
You talked about you being the external face and dealing with investors and so on and so forth. Has your life changed more than Bipin's? Because he's working on the product side of the business. He's working on the tech side of the business. For you, has life changed, Upasana, post the listing?
Well, Yes and no. I think that in the process of doing the IPO, I think I've become a complete investment banker, equity research analyst, and equity salesperson all combined into one in the last couple of years. So, not really. I think I've found the right balance in terms of how to present the company, the strengths, and where we are going. Without, I mean, if there's anything you can say about Vipin and Upasna and also the brand MobiQuick is that we are an understated brand and both of our personalities are as such. So I think I always believe that let's do it. Let's do something that creates an amazing impact and then, people will be able to applaud it on their own. There is no point in tom-tomming yourself or what you're gonna do. Let's do it now first. Like if you win a race, then people will automatically know you don't need to do anything about it. So I think to that extent, I think we'll continue just keeping our heads
That's
down.
unusual, isn't it? In an era where you have press releases coming out, even for companies that are pre-revenue today. I mean, sometimes do you feel like maybe you need to change track, or has there ever been a temptation to change track?
Well, I mean, of course, we are, in the ecosystem. So we've seen how the India startup ecosystem has also evolved over the years. And, I can say that we do know that you develop all these muscles in the company. You've developed a product muscle. You developed a sales muscle. I don't think that we have developed the penultimate, PR or marketing muscle. But even when we do it at the highest level of quality, I'm not sure I would still want to do it in that manner. I think it has to still be more substance over quantity for us.
People don't understand what it actually takes to not just build a business, but to cross the kind of milestones that you've been able to cross, to go through the kind of challenges that you've been able to go through in a regulated sector, in a sector where you are not just dealing with the government, but you're dealing with the Reserve Bank of India. And anything that the regulator can do can, in fact, cause an existential issue for people like you. And I don't think people realize that. And, I had an interesting conversation with the Kamath brothers at Zerodha, and they were talking about the same thing. They said, with one stroke of a pen, the regulator can shut you down, essentially. How has that been for the two of you to deal with?
Oh, it's been crazy. And I had mentioned this to some of the relevant people here when I was attending a meet related to fintech industry growth prospects in Delhi a few weeks back. Is that, when you're sitting here in Delhi or Bombay and we are passing regulations and or taking action, we think positive and negative, we don't realize that the people who look at companies like us, whether it is private or public, how they think about these decisions and what they understand and comprehend, because it becomes like a pretty big black box where the clear conclusion for a lot of people is maybe the regulators and the government don't want fintech.
Which they've clarified, to try and send out the message that no, that's not the case. That
but
we do
the
want
actions
to support and
that take place, actually point to the contrary, right? For many of them, and then it's hard to justify that actions are against certain entities only, and it's not against a particular sector. But the media blow up that results from that. See, somebody sitting in Singapore, I met a very, very big Swiss bank. We were talking to them earlier in our roadshow. I spent 1 hour with that analyst, a very well respected analyst, just discussing what does the regulator want. And it was not about MobiQuick. He didn't spend 1 minute on MobiQuick. And I had to educate him, saying that this is what is happening. It's because I think there is a gap in the communication, and that gap, has to be closed. Because fintech as a sector, I still see as a sunrise sector. But with this kind of environment now, if you see who is investing in fintech, whether it is private companies, is not the preferred sector for investment. But India needs billions of dollars of investment in fintech to make the dream of truly inclusive finance happen in India. It's just we have not even scratched the surface.
So if you had to start today in this regulatory environment, would you have started a fintech company?
I would absolutely start because I have like 10 different ideas.
You have the heart and the appetite for pain.
No, I have not just that. I think, you also learn and evolve. I think the ecosystem has also learned. I have also learned along with it. See, a lot of the innovation, if it's not regulated, there is a very thin line between what you should do and what you shouldn't do.
So that's the point, right? So if the regulator is coming in to say that, look, we want to put the guardrails in place so that innovation doesn't run far ahead of regulation, and that's always a catch up that's that's on whether in India or globally as well. So you understand the regulator's predicament, but as an entrepreneur, how do you then go around navigating your business?
You built your business on a particular kind of arbitrage, let's say, in the world of finance. And in the world of finance, there are hundreds of arbitrages. You can build a business and make a huge business very quickly. And then suddenly the regulator comes in saying that this is not what we meant, or this is not explicitly allowed. I think that becomes a challenge. Because, look, you've invested money, you've put investors' money, your own time and effort into building something, and suddenly one day you wake up and say this is not allowed. I think now it's happening, a much closer dialogue in terms of what is allowed, how to do things, etc. Especially from a fintech point of view, is now happening, but it wasn't happening few years back. And I think that is where you would have found that many of the companies had missteps, and that means loss of capital and loss of trust, for example,
reputation, which is crucial in this
I
business.
mean, we haven't spoken about it, but I want to tell you that I think we met maybe 80-100 investors in our roadshow in October, November last year. In typically all these meetings are 1 to 1.5 hours. In most of these meetings, first we were defending
The sector.
fintech India. Then we are defending, our segments of business within that. And then we are defending our own numbers and our competitive position. Maximum amount of time we had to first defend this aspect only, that fintech industry in India is only going to grow. Yes, it will be a regulated market, but innovation, regulation, and actually adaptability are the key to success here. Because if you take the analogy of the movie industry, a one-hit wonder cannot succeed in fintech India, because that one product could become irrelevant, or it could not be allowed, or part of it could not be allowed. So you have to keep building, more and more things. And if you have a few things going for you, it doesn't matter that regulation changes something in one, regulation changes something. You have to be able to keep adapting.
So you have to realize that there are very few listed fintechs in India. And the understanding of technology in finance, at least in public sector, is technology companies who provide solutions to banks.
Yes.
Which is a completely different world, right? Which is more tech fin and more tech or ITES or BFSI, whatever you want to call it. Fintech like ours and a few others, there's hardly anyone listed. And the reason for that is also because there is very, very clear lack of comprehension, understanding about business models, the future. I think certainty of business model is also something that public market investors don't want to take a risk with.
No, and so that brings me to the question: when you were doing the road shows, and now of course you're already listed, but the question marks on the sector, the question marks on visibility as far as what you're going to be able to do in terms of performance. Will you be profitable? Will the profitability be consistent or not? I mean, how do you respond to that today, Upasana?
So 2-3 things. I think A, we had to show the track record, and B, we had to say that look, in payments, now we've become the largest wallet. Look at our growth. Last year and the last 18 months almost, in every 12-month period, we have grown more than 3x in payments. And unlike other players in payments, we are growing profitably. And in fact, our contribution margin is also improving. And then after we have this payments base and we have 2-3 products within payments, we are also trying to scale up in UPI with innovative products instead of basic, UPI, like a RuPay card and a credit card on UPI. So that kind of thing. So we were trying to convince people on the payments growth, and look how much money we are making just in payments. So some of these mutual fund or domestic investors who are very wary of the distribution of financial products that we do, but mainly credit products. And they were like, oh, well, India is going through a cycle. So, lending is going to be on a low mark, so you won't be able to do this. So then we had to explain to some people that just look at how much we are doing in payments. And we've grown 3x. If I grow this 2x, then again I will be able to continue to be profitable. I don't have to be dependent on distribution of credit products at all, because this is how I'm building the product.
So this diversification is going to be crucial for you, isn't it, Bipin? You know, as we talked about, I mean, today what we are seeing is that there is a significant consumption slowdown, which is being reflected in your business, in your numbers as well. So this diversification of creating a suite of solutions and a suite of revenue streams, this is going to be crucial for you.
Absolutely. So the way we think about this is whether it is a user or a merchant, and we have 167 million users and 4.5 million merchants. What do they need? They need first a payment solution, ability to pay conveniently, safely, instantly. Second, if they need money, they should be able to get it. It could be a secured product. It could be an unsecured loan. It could be a credit card, whatever it is. Third is, it's not just that they need loans. They also have money in their savings account, which probably is yielding 3-4% return. So they also need an easy way to manage that money or earn returns, better returns on that money. And not everyone is very smart to directly invest into stock market, although that market is picked up quite a bit in 3 years. But now you would see, given what's happening right now, a lot of fingers would be burned, and a lot of retail investors.
There is a lot of pain, especially in the small and mid caps.
Small and mid caps, and a lot of retail investors will vanish, and they will not come back for a long time again. Simply because if you see only your portfolio going up, you're not comfortable with the volatility. You should not be investing in stock market. But could there be other solutions? There could be other solutions, like you have FDs which give you 8-9%. Of course, you have mutual funds which can moderate and smoothen out your kind of return curves. You have gold, which is of course returning so much. So what we're trying to do is at MobiKwik is cover your financial life from all three aspects: pay, borrow, and earn. And the mass that we are appealing to is not necessarily living in Delhi or Bombay or tier 1, tier 2, because really, that person is like already super educated and has so many options. It's a person who's probably living in tier 3, 4 town, city, who today, of course, has access to internet, has access to education, but they don't have the means to go to a different place and earn higher returns or get loans, etc. So for them, we solve the problem of access and distribution with our multiple supply side partners on the MobiKwik app. And if you think about it like that, DSA is like the age-old, decades-old model in India. We are just digitizing it for the next 10-20 years. And that's where, we believe we are very, very confident in the long-term vision and what we are executing towards the products we are building. Of course, it will come with some volatility, right? I mean, I will not deny that there will be some times we'll have things which, in the market are not under our control. But as long as we are focused on the long term, I think we'll do okay.
Well, speaking about the long term, as well as some of the measures that you've decided to take in the medium term, and I want to talk about the e-rupee launch that you've done, because this is something the RBI is betting very big on, which is the CBDC side of the pieces that they're pushing. But how do you see this, and why did you believe that you wanted to do this, or you have a right to win in this?
So I was invited along with a few others back in April by RBI to have a discussion on CBDC being open, e-rupee being opened up to non-banks. Earlier, it was allowed only for banks for the first year.
Right.
Because it's very easy for banks to do it. Like, you already have the person's savings account. You can just convert it into cash the way you're withdrawing from ATM. But clearly, as we have seen in many sector after sector, ultimately the regulator realizes that maybe the non-banks could do a better job in terms of experience. So we literally did it in a matter of months. We executed end to end with our partners, RBI, NPCI, and Yes Bank, who's our partner. So CBDC, in short, is digital cash, and I think cash in digital form has many advantages. It's as good as physical cash.
Okay.
But it's digital. I can pay you just like I pay from my physical wallet.
Right.
A note comes out and goes in your physical wallet. Same way from my MobiKwik account or from my MobiKwik wallet, which has 100 rupees note, I can give it to you. It can go and sit in your 100 rupees MobiKwik wallet. And that transaction is not part of the banking.
Okay.
So it is not known to any banks. No one can trace it. It's fully anonymous. Just like any note which is out there, the only person who knows about that note is RBI.
Yeah.
Same way this digital note is known only by RBI. So I think it has all the advantages of cash.
It has all the advantages of cash, except that it's digital. So what do you think will get people to change the behavior with respect to using physical cash to digital cash? I mean, are you seeing
One of the big things we don't realize is, why do people still use cash if you can pay you digitally?
GST नहीं देना.
Yes.
For whatever reason, you don't want the transaction to be traced.
Right.
I will not go into the reasons of why you don't
Sure.
want the transaction to be traced.
Yeah.
Second is that any digital payment system has a settlement mechanism, still has a failure system.
Right.
No digital payment system is 100% successful all the time.
Right.
Which includes UPI.
Right.
So even if I pay you 99.5% it will succeed, but 0.5% it may fail. And and that's when you see, for example, you were talking about Mahakumbh, and a lot of people, why digital is not working there, or there's so much network congestion, because if 100 people are trying to pay you, then you can't even keep track of it. Otherwise, if you were getting 100 rupees notes
Right.
from 100 people, take one note, second note, and you got all of them. So cash is like that, and digital cash is like that. So either you have it or you don't have it. So if I pay to you, you will, if you see it in your app, you already got 100 rupees. Nothing else to be done. Same way, for anyone who's
So while the regulator is pushing this as a product, what about the income tax department? Because this does bring into question the issue that you raised, the positive of non-traceability, but that could be a concern as far as the income tax department is
So there are
concerned.
other advantages. So I'll come to that, but there's other advantages. See, it is digital. It's like we had this joke about note having a chip, if you remember.
Yes.
So it can actually be a note with a chip. In the sense that you can program it.
And this is
for
not a
certain end
meme.
use. No, I'm not talking about a meme. I can give you a 100 rupees note, for example, like in direct benefits transfer. I can give you a money, which can only be used for buying LPG, which can only be used to pay electricity, which is today not possible.
Correct.
So I think there are several programmability advantages that you can control the end use case. Anything that you can do on a blockchain, like a crypto, like a Bitcoin or Ethereum, all the systems people have built on top of them, they can be built on top of CBDC. And that is the power that can be created. We have not seen anything yet. But about the traceability, look, I mean, there is so much cash being withdrawn. If you don't want cash, you can just take away all the ATMs. People will not be able to withdraw cash, but it's not going to happen, right? Because people do need it. And I think it's better for the government and the regulator to realize that cash is going to stay. So in fact, the motto for CBDC is not cash less. It is less cash. So which means basically it's cash, but it's in digital form.
Yeah. Upasana, since we're talking about future bets and future opportunities, as you look at the landscape evolving today, and I remember you said that, the marketplace expects us to focus on the competition, but we want to focus much more on the customer. We're obsessed with the customer, not obsessed with the competition. So how do you see the landscape evolving? How do you look at competition? How do you look at what else you can do or be for the customer?
So I think one thing we've seen in the last 10-15 years is that there's been a lot of digitization for finance in India. But most of that digitization has helped people like you and me, who I think are, top 150 million Indians. And that's where all the private banks and, NBFCs have innovated. So that really is not playing out in terms of finance reaching the tier 2, tier 3 Indians, whether it is a user or a small merchant. So for example, Policy Bazaar has done so well in terms of insurance distribution. But I can see that in my user base, they are not reaching to most of those users, because the earnings of my user is probably not such high that the premiums will be in thousands of rupees. Right? So when we think about finance and we think about democratizing financial products, payments is like the least common denominator. And so we know now that, 400 million Indians are transacting digitally using UPI, wallet, their smartphone, etc. So that we continue to double down and grow on. But after that, what is there? There is, distribution of access to credit. There is access to insurance. There is access to investment products.
Yeah.
And in all of these, there will always be people, who are super smart. They can get a financial advisor, or their bank will help them invest in the right things or use the right products. But for the masses, people who are earning 40,000 rupees, 60,000 rupees per month, we see that there is a huge gap. Even if they have taken credit at some point, they have a decent credit score, in all likelihood, due to various procedural requirements, they will not get. And salaried people still have an advantage. But interestingly, most of India is, self-employed, so not salaried. So self-employed में finance में बहुत challenge है. So our focus is, given that we have such a large user base and also small merchant base, we first connect with them over daily life payments, whether we are enabling the merchant to accept payments or we are enabling the user to make the payments. Now, after that, after looking at their KYC, their profile data, etc., we are trying to now diversify in terms of giving them access to the right investment products. So, for example, my user is not so savvy, like they can go to a Zerodha and grow and, figure out how they want to invest their money in, stocks and options, etc. So, the products have to be super simple and they have to be fairly risk-free because they will not be able to appreciate the risk and reward. So that's sort of where we are trying to go. That can we work with the OEMs or the financial institutions, banks, insurance companies, mutual fund companies, and can we bring these very super simple products onto our app?
So I think the SEBI chief used the term the sachayization of financial products across different classes, asset classes you were talking. I mean, she was talking in the context of equities and mutual funds and so on and so forth. Is that really the next wave of both innovation as well as growth, Bipin, that you see?
Yes, so absolutely. I think ticket size is critical because ultimately what happens is if you have someone sitting a few hundred kilometers from a big city, how do you create trust? Can you convince them to put 10,000 or 20,000 or 1 lakh rupees into some kind of investment product? The answer is no, right? So you have to start small. Even if you have to put money in a mutual fund or a fixed deposit, or even as simple as gold, right? I mean, for example, everyone in India buys gold. But how do you buy gold, right? I mean, if you know, a lot of people have a deposit scheme running with their local jeweler. Where they're depositing 100 rupees or 200 rupees every day or every week and saving up for gold. And it carries risks. You don't know if the jeweler is going to stay there or not stay there. Same thing is there, you're giving money to somebody who's saying, I'm putting this money in your bank branch going to yield 6-7%. So there is a lot of, lack of education and lack of access about whether these things can be available on an app. Can you put 100 rupees or 500 rupees or 1000 rupees in an FD, which earns 8-9%? Can you put 100 rupees to buy gold every day at today's price? Right. Same thing with mutual funds. Can you buy, like now, I think you can buy up to 250 rupees. You can do a SIP. So this really helps the last mile customer with the lower ticket size and lower appetite to cross that bridge and do their first investment. And once they start seeing the fruits of that, then, they will start investing and they will start saving. But I would argue that this still creates only the foundation. Because above this, what is lacking in India in a big way in finance is advice. And advice in finance is what do I say? Thanks to internet, thanks to YouTube, all kinds of advice. You'll find 50% saying this, 50% saying do sip karo, 50% saying sip mat karo.
But also the regulators cracking down on advice, so to speak, especially as far as
that's
YouTube,
where that's where I think there is currently, for example, overarching, there is no regulation, and also overarching, I think it makes people maybe take wrong decisions, right? And a lot of the people who are marginal, if they end up taking wrong decisions, they actually, you put money in this stock and suddenly, the stock collapses and you lose money. So I think there's a lot of innovation left to solve for that.
And is that a space that you're going to look at?
That's definitely a space, now with, one is being human and being biased. And the other thing is let systems do it. And age-old portfolio constructions and your financial life, if an AI were to construct it, how would it construct it to your best benefit? Now that's a problem that's definitely unsolved.
Is that a problem you want to solve?
Definitely a very interesting problem that keeps me awake. And when I keep hearing about the advances that are coming and the fact that now EA is becoming cheaper and cheaper, for sure it's a space that we are definitely looking at.
So, you had your Swadesh moment when you decided to come back to India, give up the California dream, so to speak, and move to India. As you look at India today, and so much has changed, so much has opened up. What does India today stand for you, from your perspective?
I think India today is, Hong Kong was 15 years ago, where the whole world, wanted to come. And I still know that, in the Western world, there are centers where there's a lot of innovation happening. But I think it's that one market. We spoke about in fintech or in startups, there's still more ease of business required. There's still more relaxation of regulations required. But think about it. Such a large consumer base, so much opportunity available because most people have not yet had access to basic products and services that the tech infra can offer them. So I think it's an amazing time to work in India. If I were a founder who is starting up today, I would want to start in, India. It's an amazing place. In fintech. It might take me longer to reach 100 million ARR. And it might be far more interesting and, more obstacles along the way, but it will still be a more interesting place to work.
I would say definitely it shouldn't take that long now if you start in fintech, because the foundations have been laid. I think the digital rails that have been laid around finance in the last 10-15 years, since you can argue we were early, right? But now what is the ecosystem where you start, and if you identify a problem in finance that you need to solve, you can pretty much do it. But the other thing is also the market has deepened quite a bit. So to think of India as one market is the biggest mistake anyone can do, because there is this Gurgaon and, Golf Course Road and Mumbai, whatever, South Bombay, and that's also India, but it's
not all of India.
It's a slice of India.
Yeah.
And then there are smaller towns, and then there's of course villages. So there are several slices of India. I would argue that there is opportunities to build for each one of them independently as well. You could build for a Gurgaon, and you can build a decently large company, which you would have seen in some of the other spaces.
So build for niches is what you're saying will continue.
I think you can break it down and build sizable companies across these segments as long as you are, and that has to be the future, because ultimately you can't build everything for everyone.
No, and that's not where the profit, I would imagine, will lie, in attempting to build everything for everyone. But, and again, I want to understand the competitive landscape from the two of you, because you also said that, you prefer to stay under the radar and let your work do the talking, so to speak. You're not really that big on marketing, etc. The question being asked is, how many is too many? Fintech or tech fin companies in India, how many is too many? Bipin, I want to start by asking.
So tech fin, I would say tech fin, there is still a lot of space, and, a lot of people can come in, because I would say as technology company building for banks and being a solution provider, there is endless opportunity now, especially with AI, how the world of finance and banking is going to change. But when you look at fintech, who's the last large fintech who was born last 2 years, 3 years? Actually, pretty much no one, right? Everyone is pre-COVID, most of them. And so the investors have already given you the message with their purse strings, which are closed for anything which is happening in fintech. So I would argue country as large as India should not be in this situation. There should be a lot more money. There should be a lot more money.
Banks. Why shouldn't we have 100 banks?
India as a country needs far more many fintechs, far more investment into what's going to, because the world of fintech is not just one world. It's finance, it's technology.
Yeah.
And now with AI, you put it all together. What can you get? Your imagination is the only constraint you have. So I think there's
room for more.
There is huge opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be more bullish today on MobiKwik than I was when I started. Right. And I have done it now for 15 years. So you should say that you should be content. You've done IPO. You must be very satisfied. But no, I will give you one simple example. On MobiKwik app, do you know that you can actually check the bank statement of every single bank that you have and categorize each and every transaction using the account aggregator framework that we have. And we are the largest in that space for PFM. We have almost like close to 40 lakh customers who are using this. What they do, all they do is come on the app and see what transaction they have done and categorize it. So simple. And they get a bank statement just at the click of a button.
Yeah.
It's a very simple thing.
Yeah.
But I think everything that is happening in finance in India is now at a 10x, 100x scale compared to even a few years ago. Now, I'm not talking about 15 years ago. Or compared to 5 years ago, pre-COVID, things are happening at 10x, 100x level. Now, what will happen in the next 5 and 10 years? Solutions may not be the same. And I think innovation is the key. New solutions. We talked about CBDC. We talked about account aggregator. We talked about finance. I think the opportunity is endless.
Banking aspirations as and when that opens up, if at all, at some point it opens up?
So I would say never to anything. Because whether MobiKwik itself will be just a bank, I don't think so. But you know what makes sense in the scheme of things for us to provide certain solutions to our customers. Never say never.
Never say never. Upasana, you know, I want to get into this question with you because I think we still have a dearth of female founders in this country. You're one of the very few, and you're one of the very, very few in the fintech space. What has that been like for you? You know, walking into a room which probably still consists of only men in suits. What's that been like for you? What is it that you would like to tell women who are looking at entering this space?
Anything is possible, and you can't let such constraints or soft sort of environmental factors stop you from what you think you can achieve. I mean, it's true. Whether you're trying to be a founder, whether you're trying to be, a pilot, whether you're trying to be Shereen, I mean, there's always a first. And if you will be a pioneer in something, you will have to work a little bit extra to prove yourself. And I think that's what it has been. I think now I can tell you that, I've been doing this for many years. So now it's easier for me to, get the right level of respect. And also I'm able to charm people with my personality. But I think in the early years...
I agree.
In the early years, it results in self-doubt. And, you think twice that, can I do this, And then
you also feel pressure. I remember you saying once that you went into a meeting right before you were actually going into your C-section, into delivery, because did you feel compelled to prove a point and hence have to do that? Because there's been pushback from women saying that, look, this also puts the burden of expectations on other women of having to perform at that kind of level. Different life stages.
So firstly, the incident you said is not really a true incident.
No.
My C-section was planned on a Saturday and I was working till Friday, but that was my choice because, I think I had a comfortable pregnancy. I worked very hard through it, but I think that's how I liked it. I like to be active and upbeat. And so it was a choice. It was not forced on me. But yeah, I mean, I will say that we should not create crazy expectations. There are times when you have to give 200% to your work, and you need to have a support system to help you in those situations, especially if you are also a working mother. But there will be times when your personal life needs you 200%. So I found that balance where, I will move heaven and earth. When I had to do the IPO, I would move heaven and earth. I was in Mumbai for Monday to Tuesday. Tuesday night, I would fly back because Wednesday there was Bombay elections, so chutti thi. So I was at home with my kid. And Thursday morning, again, I was on a flight back to Mumbai. And Friday night, I was again back for the weekend. So, you do all those kinds of crazy things, but you have to know, that you have to cherish your personal life. Also, I think it is not possible. I meant to say, I don't think there is any difference in being a female or a male founder. The stress levels and the responsibilities, expectations are equally high. I think it has a little bit to do with your personal home setup and social conditioning as to how much extra load is there on you.
Yeah.
Because of
It helps that he shares the load.
Yes, it does help.
Of course I do. But I want to add something. I want to say something which is not very well known, that being a woman entrepreneur, being a female entrepreneur, when you're sitting in meetings in a roadshow for IPO, guess what? How many women you meet?
Nobody.
Zero.
Yeah.
Okay. And so while you may say everything is, of course, it's based on merit and of the company that you're building and the business you're building, but it is hard to do that and it's hard to achieve that. And with that, Upasana has actually, having led the IPO, being the face of the IPO for MobiKwik, and done this and being on those one-on-one chats and fights with every particular person who was involved in this process. I think she's broken a glass ceiling, which I hope inspires more women to say that we can start a company and we can take it to IPO.
I certainly hope so. Since you're talking about affirmations in your playlist, end with the song that embodies how you're feeling today about MobiKwik and about life in general.
Oh my God, ये तो मैंने सोचा ही था.
अब कर दो.
Oh my God.
Come on, Vipin, help her.
कोई बताओ. अच्छा. लक्ष्य तो पाना ही था.
हाँ तो गाना तो गाओ.
हाँ यही रास्ता है तेरा, तूने यही पाना है. हाँ यही रास्ता है तेरा. I forgot. क्या?
Share the load.
जाना है.
लक्ष्य तो हर हाल में पाना है.
And what is the lakshya for MobiKwik? A year down the line, where do you believe we will see you?
Well, hopefully far more relaxed, far, hopefully bigger business, better business, and, having even stronger and bigger ambition for the future than we have today.
What is the one thing about him that people don't know? And the one thing that you respect and admire about him the most?
One thing about him that people don't know. Well, he's a pretty damn good cook. He loves grilling all kinds of non-veg. And I think it could have been a reason that he decided that, we should, that I should get married to him, because I come from a Kashmiri family. And the joke is that I prefer vegetarian food, but he's very happy to go to all my, aunties and uncles' houses.
And have the nen bat.
Yes. All the Rogan Josh, all the non-veg items that he can eat. So that's, he's a big foodie. And I think if he's more relaxed, maybe he'll, start some fine,
fine dining.
Yes.
That's interesting. And what do you respect and admire about him the most?
I think that when he puts his mind to something, it's very, very hard to get him,
to give up.
I persuaded him to not start riding motorcycles and not to buy one. And I told him midlife crisis ho raha hai tumhe and all kinds of things I tried. But this man didn't give up. So like from his Xth birthday to X plus 1th birthday, he's like, इस बार तो मैं ले ही रहा हूँ and you are buying it for me.
So did you buy him one?
I did.
What did you buy him?
What do you have? He has a Ducati.
Achha, you asked him what you bought him. So you have a Ducati.
Yes. I have a Ducati. I spent 365 days writing an application to her. And I had to convince not just her, but my entire family.
So midlife crisis or no midlife crisis?
Not midlife crisis. I think, I want to explore multiple things. I play football. I ride a bike. That's pretty much it.
And the one thing that people don't know about her?
I think people probably know this, but maybe the world of business doesn't know that well, that, she comes across this very strong personality. Who's pretty, she's like force of nature. She comes across like that. But what people don't realize is at heart, she's very, very inside. She's very, very deeply emotional, and she cries a lot.
Really? I would never have thought that.
Yes.
Upasna
And
Thakur is a
so
crier.
in our house, we have a competition between her and our kid. Who can cry more on very silly issues.
At the drop of a hat.
I'm a fairly sensitive person, but I don't cry at work. I mean, it's just my closed ones can make me cry for very silly things. I can feel bad, but at work,
So you're actually a softie.
Yeah, I'm actually a softie. So I can tell you that, this is a 21, around the end of 21 is when, we didn't accomplish our first IPO attempt. So I was already very sad and upset. But more upsetting than that was, just a month or so later, I lost my father. All of a sudden, he was in the pink of his health and just had a heart attack in his sleep. And it took me more than a year to recover from that. So I am a softie. I think people close to me, can make me cry very easily.
Well, we hope that you never have to encounter tears, and we hope that the two of you continue to not just chase your ambition, but also ensure that your dreams are a reality. Thanks very much for sharing MobiKwik story, but also your life stories with us. And we wish the two of you the very best of luck. Appreciate you joining us here on Young Turks Reloaded. With that, it is time for us to wrap up this very interesting conversation with the team from MobiKwik. Lots of advice and nuggets there on living life, building a sustainable enterprise, but more importantly, chasing your ambition and your dreams. From all of us here on the team for now, many thanks for watching. Do stay tuned. There's a lot more coming up right here on CNBC TV 18. For more news and updates, all you need to do is follow CNBC TV 18 on all of our digital platforms. What should I call you? The comeback kids? The comeback men? Is that appropriate?
I think I like kids more. Young Turks has been on from 2001.
Yeah.
I think it seems like all of us have grown up together again.
I land up in DPS, that's where me and Kunal met.
What keeps or has kept the two of you together?
We have some manufacturing defect in the two of us. When you're at the bottom of the abyss, you find the courage to continue. And I think that's where our partnership, our friendship, our relationship has been so crucial.
ABCD, astrology, Bollywood, cricket
discounts.
and discounts.
Good memory, Shereen.
And not money.
13 years later.
We have to unravel the enigma that is Rohit Bansal.
To us, our individual egos almost stopped mattering. And the only ego that we had in mind was a joint one.
We have lunch every day together.
The valuation being a certain number assumes that beauty needs to lie in the eyes of some beholder.
Yes.
The concept of unicorns, we just don't like at all.
But did you not like it when you were one?
Because we didn't know better.
Who all were part of the IIT Delhi cohort when you were there? Sachin and Vinny?
In those couple of years, there's a lot of companies that came
Dipinder.
from Dipinder, Sachin, Albinder. There is no word for retirement in Japanese.
I just want something to do, someone to love, and something to dream about.
Hello and welcome to Young Turks Reloaded. I'm Shereen Bhan. This show has been about first-generation entrepreneurs chasing their dreams. The two guests that I have with me on the program today first made their appearance on Young Turks way back in 2011. At that point in time, Snapdeal was being called one of the fastest growing e-commerce companies in India. At peak valuation, they were valued at $6.5 billion. And then 2017, things unraveled fast. Today, Snapdeal is in its second avatar, trying to make a go in the world of e-commerce. But more importantly, they've repositioned themselves more as investors today with Titan Capital. Joining me now on Young Turks Reloaded are, what should I call you? The comeback kids? The comeback men? Is that appropriate?
I think I like kids more.
Kids more. No, the reason why I'm using that word is because it was in a LinkedIn post that you wrote, Kunal, where you said setbacks happen and so do comebacks. And I want to understand from you, how do you see comebacks? Because it also carries a certain expectation, a certain baggage along with it. Because the expectation is that you're going to have to deliver what you delivered when you first started off. But you're different. The company is different. You're different as people today. The environment is different. So, how do you see a comeback?
Firstly, always a pleasure being here and speaking with you, Shereen. I think it seems like all of us have grown up together at this point. Old. Right? And so there's something endearing about that as well. So it's a real pleasure. Look, at least from our standpoint, this is a journey that continues. When we first started, we never thought in 2007 that we would even get this far. And in any entrepreneur's journey, there'll be twists and turns. The question is...
And there have been many twists and turns in yours.
Many. And for sure there have been many. And there will be more in the future, I'm sure also. So we do anticipate there will be more twists and turns. However, I think every time we've figured out a way to get out of a tough situation, there will be times where you'll find yourself at the bottom of the abyss, right? And most people don't know what bottom of the abyss feels like. Bottom of the abyss feels like you have no answers. Your well-wishers have no answers for you in that situation. You can't read anything. You can't listen to a podcast.
and work yourself out of an abyss.
Yeah. It is like a bottom of the abyss feels like there is no answer. The only answer is guilt.
Is that how you felt in 2017? To be specific, July 31st, 2017 at that crucial board meeting that took place?
I think there have been many moments where we felt like that. Not just one. Many, many moments through the years. In the early years as well, we felt like that on many occasions. But I think what matters is when you're at the bottom of the abyss, do you find the courage to continue, right? And can you muster that courage? And I think that's where it has been, our partnership, our friendship, our relationship has been so crucial to coming out of the abyss each time. And everyone expects, like you said, that you're going to come back in the same way. But actually, most comebacks happen in a different avatar, right? When the phoenix rises again, it generally rises again in a different avatar, and that's what it has been for us.
That's an interesting, many thoughts there rising from the ashes. But I think what I like about what you said on comebacks is just having the courage to continue, and I think that that's an appropriate way to actually look at the idea of coming back. But we have to unravel the enigma that is Rohit Bansal in Kunal's words. So you guys go back 25 years, all the way back to DPS RK Puram. That's where this story really began.
Yeah, we were both 16.
Yeah. What is it? I mean, of course you have work that keeps you together, but we've also seen stories where over time you grow, you change as individuals, and you don't necessarily have the same value systems. You don't necessarily see life the same way. What keeps or has kept the two of you together?
No, I think first of all, pleasure. Always a pleasure to be here. And I remember, I think the first time we met was many years ago.
Yes, many years ago.
Seems like a different generation altogether.
It was a different generation.
But always a pleasure to be here. Look, I think between the two of us, I've seen that over a period of time, there's a very strong foundation of trust and mutual respect, which has only grown in one direction over a period of time. And look, because we work together, it doesn't mean we have the same views on everything, right? We work together, at least in the early days. I remember when we started working together, both of us had worked a year each separately.
Yes.
And actually, when we started working together, so we became co-founders, we started working together, and then we realized there are 10 things to be done. Neither of us knew who's
How do
good
you
at
allocate?
what. Forget how to allocate, but I mean, me and myself and Kunal didn't know who will be good at what. So actually, we started almost our professional journey started of learning ourselves what we are good at and not so good at.
Have you figured it out? Have you figured it out
Hopefully
now? So who's good at what? What do you?
the big secret.
what do you believe he's good at?
He's fantastic. He's a great visionary. He's very, very creative. He can look into the future, and I think the art and sort of will to never give up. I just, every single day I meet him, I still I think I can learn a lot more from him. So I've learned a tremendous amount through these years, and I know I will continue to learn, besides him being extremely good at food.
You changed to being non-vegetarian courtesy him, isn't it?
And by the way, still, if we go out to eat, I neither choose the restaurant nor do I choose the
So
menu.
he does all the hard work.
He does everything. I just tell him we are going out to eat. He will choose the restaurant. He will know the menu by heart. He will know the off-menu dishes. He will order. We will enjoy food and we'll come back.
So you called him nebulous and enigmatic. Now you have to explain that to us. What makes him a nebulous character?
No, because I think he's so secure in his being that, he doesn't feel the need to explain himself. He doesn't feel the need to get out there to, tell people how he's
That
thinking.
is very different about the two of you. You're the public face of Snapdeal.
Someone's got to do it, right?
Listen, now one skill which we are different at.
and tell you one that he's better at.
Much
No,
better.
that's not true. I think just because one of us does it doesn't mean that the other can't do it. Like he can.
No, of course he can do it. He
Yes.
actively chooses not to do
not
it.
to.
Yeah.
But I don't think you will meet a person who is as obviously brilliant and sharp as Rohit, but also someone who is as, just has the best heart ever, right? He's the nicest person, the purest heart ever, right? And I think all the points that Rohit said about the point he made about trust and mutual respect is really what has kept this going from strength to strength. And what I've seen, Shereen, is that many times what happens is that in relationships, if there is even a unnoticeable fissure, when crisis hits, it just breaks it apart.
Yeah.
And we've seen many, many crises together, and at least that hasn't happened. Through the years, you'll have people who'll try and come whisper things in our respective ears about the other person. People try all kinds of things.
Really?
And they almost assume that we don't talk. We have lunch every day together, every day. If we are in office, the two of us, we have lunch every day together, right? Now for, last 17 years, we are absolutely in sync. Actually, now when we are sitting in meetings, we don't have to even ask the other person for
Isharo.
Yeah,
it is beyond ishara. It is telepathy.
next level now.
Right?
No, but I just maybe completing what Kunal said. I feel there came a point. I don't know when it came, but I think in our journey somewhere, where at least to us, our individual egos almost stopped mattering. And the only ego that we had in mind was a joint one as to what can we achieve together. And it doesn't matter whether it's my point of view, his point of view, do I look good, does he look good, it doesn't matter. I think there came a point where, look, if we'll win together, if we'll lose together. So, and as a result, not an iota of doubt ever comes in our minds as to when I'm sharing something with Kunal or when Kunal's sharing something with me, as to is there any other agenda, but what we may have different points of view on what we think is right for both of us.
Yeah.
But it's never, okay, he has his agenda or I have my agenda. It's always a joint agenda.
But the key to that would be honest communication, right? I mean, the key to, say, as you said, people have tried to create fissures and friction. But I would imagine that the only reason it hasn't happened is because you've had an honest communication. But who's the one who is the first to kind of bring up an issue if there is one?
Either of us.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think we've been through so much together, Shereen, that honestly, if either of us is sensing that there is some part of some business that we are in or some investment we made where there is an issue, whoever notices it first brings it up. We talk through it. We make a plan, usually over lunch. All our planning is...
That you pick and you decide.
Lunch we eat in our office cafeteria. But,
we don't have gourmet food.
Not every day. Not every day anyway.
No, but I think it's you're absolutely right. I think this constant, open, transparent, clear communication is the reason, and honestly that transcends just our relationship. That is also why we have our colleagues who worked with us for so many years, right? Most of our colleagues that Rohit and I would work with have been around with us from 5, 7, 10, 12 years in some cases, through the thick and thin, because founders are often very good at communicating the good news, like the celebration, the euphoria.
Yes.
But what we've always done is communicated the bad news also as it's happening, along with the plan, along with our own insecurities about what we don't have a plan for. And at that moment, it may be a tough communication to do, but we've seen over a period of time that's also built trust with the team, that when things are going tough for us, we all come together and solve it. Which is why we've endured, right? We were talking about that Young Turks has been on from 2001.
Yeah.
Not many companies have endured for 17 years, despite the twists and turns, and reincarnated themselves over and over again.
So, I am going to go back to some of those twists and turns with the idea of getting the two of you to share your lessons from each of those experiences. And I want to go back, Rohit, and I'll start by asking you, of course, Snapdeal has seen many pivots from the time that you actually started as couponing to eventually getting
coupon
into...
booklets.
Exactly. And in an offline era, to getting into e-tail. So you've gone through pivots. Change is not something new to you, and adaptability is not something new to you. And then you had that spate of acquisitions, 11 at last count, from what I remember, that you went through, to the point of saying, look, either this merger with Flipkart happens or we're toast. Now, I want you to go back in time to what was going on in that board meeting when that decision had to be taken. I mean, you didn't get the valuation that you wanted, but you talked about ego. What finally decided it? Was it the fact that the investors just said, hey, this is no good for us, and that kind of sealed the deal? Or did the two of you say, we want to still retain our independence?
Look, I think, this is now many, many years back. And at that point of time, I think this discussion was publicly going on also for many, many months. But, I think eventually it came down to the point that all of us as a board, because look, I think as you can imagine, in such big situations, I don't think either of us can take a decision, because eventually every decision has to be a board decision. And finally, it came down to a point where, because we were also running out of money very, very quickly.
You had about a month's runway left?
Very short from what I remember. And it came to a point where all of us had to take a decision which can get executed in a very short period of time. And that was the most important thing, because if you're not decisive, and we kind of let it linger on, then over a period of time, there'll be nothing left to save. And the only way we can save something, hope to save something, let me not say save something, because we are not sure how we will save anything, is by at least deciding today. So as a result, I think the entire conversation was not about whether to do it, not do it, what will happen, what will not happen. The only conversation was, what is it that we can decide, which we can execute within a week. Because if we don't execute something within a week, then
your history.
There's nothing left.
There's nothing left. There's no, even if we decide today and it's executed within a week, even then we don't really know what we will do, how we will save things, how things will unravel.
And what happens, Shereen, is that investors have many companies and they move on from a situation.
Yeah.
Right. But we are the founders. We are accountable for the team. We are accountable for our partners, suppliers, everyone, customers. So we have to take care of all of those stakeholders also. And hence it was important, like Rohit said, that it's important let's just decide. There's just too much back and forth happening between the 5 different options, right? And you end up, everyone with so many people involved in a decision, it ends up over intellectualizing each option. We said, let's pick an option which amongst these options seems like the best option, which can be executed on in a short period of time, so we can move forward with one path and one purpose. That's how we approach.
And then because look, we are entrepreneurs. At the end of the day, we have only one thing going. We will raise our hand to execute whatever path we decide and try to make the best out of it, without really knowing how it will eventually pan out. But thankfully, it panned out pretty well, and so we are all in hindsight very happy.
What if? Do you still sometimes wonder what if the merger with Flipkart had happened? No.
What if Rohit and I had never met? I mean,
this was real, right? I mean, the fact that the two of you met was in many ways serendipity, but this was real. This was an offer on the table.
No, but I think I'm just tying it back to the point that you made about comebacks. At least one of our big learnings comeback or reincarnation, whatever word we want to use for it. But one of the most important things, at least what we've learned, is getting rid of your own baggage and sort of training your mind to live every day as if it's today. What's happened has happened. We can't go back in past and change that. And, I think it's very important to look into the future, because the future doesn't care about what happened in the past. And as a result, I remember after that day, we've probably spent 0 days thinking about what if, because it doesn't matter what if. Even if there was a what if, can we do something about it today? The only thing we can do something about is we are here today. What do we need to do today, this week, this month? And it doesn't matter what valuation we were at, what was happening. The only thing that matters is where do we stand today and how do we move forward from here. I think just getting into that mental state is probably the most important thing, and then over a period of time things start working out.
And I totally agree with you, because there really is no point except to learn from the past. That's the only reason why you revisit the past, is to learn from it. But both of you talked about being at the bottom of the abyss and then pulling yourself from there and rising from the ashes, so to speak. What was that like for the two of you, and were you sort of leading in on each other for support, for counsel, for just, a shoulder to say, hey, like, how do we pull ourselves through this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, look, that's the advantage of having two of us, right? Because we are human. Like, people keep saying, oh, you guys are the most resilient founders in the ecosystem, etc. But we are human, right? Like, there'll be days when I'll have a low day, but Rohit will be there to support me and pull me up, and vice versa. Thankfully, neither of us there was never a situation where both of us were having a low day. That would be troublesome, right? But thankfully that never happened. Or maybe we just know, we can just sense the other person's having
energy.
And then today it's my turn, right? Like, so I think, or his turn. So I think we have some manufacturing defect in the two of us.
And what manufacturing defect would that be?
We have many, but one I can definitely point to is that we have never felt that failure is an option, right? Like, we've never felt
that failure is fatal.
Yeah, like, success is also not permanent, but failure is also not fatal, right? Like, as long as our company is there and we can live one more day and then one more day and then one more day, let's just keep going. Let's not get disenchanted or disappointed that the path we were on didn't work as well as we wanted. Let's pick a new path. Let's go on that path. Let's make that new path work. That's all that matters, right? In the end, why keep wallowing about like the past, because we can't really change it anyways. And as Rohit said, the future doesn't care about the past, right? The future only cares about what you do in the future.
Yeah.
So we are always very focused on the path ahead. It's only in conversations like these that we recount what happened.
Yeah.
And then we have to rummage through our memories.
Yeah.
Oh, what were we thinking then?
Yeah.
But on a day-to-day basis, we rarely think about it.
Yeah.
But I think the important point on the point of learning, Shereen, these have been invaluable lessons for us.
For
Invaluable.
resilience, for building resilience.
And many other lessons, right? Which we now bring into the way we run our businesses and the way we support founders through our investing activities. That's what they also see so much value in. That's why they come to us for capital, not just for the money.
Yeah, I will talk about Titan Capital in just a second, but I want to talk about Snapdeal 2.0. And, since we are talking about the future, what is the future looking like as far as Snapdeal is concerned now? I mean, what do you believe in a world of quick commerce and, Blinkit and Zepto and this, that, and the other, where, the big boys are feeling like, okay, where is this shifting to? How are you reading the market today, and how do you see yourself staying relevant in it?
No, I think over a period of time, many years back when we started, the number of internet users were extremely small in India. And when internet users did start going, they started going on desktops and laptops, etc. Then mobile phones came, smartphones came. Today, I think we are at an age where almost every single person in the country has a smartphone. And thanks to all the social media and all the sort of things around it, people now have aspirations of not looking very different from what anyone can look. Because earlier people didn't have access. People didn't know what does this person wear, what does that person wear. Now everyone can see.
You may not have the means to afford some of that stuff, but at least the
aspiration is absolutely there. But the more important thing which has changed, equally importantly, is things have also, thanks to internet, things have also become a lot more affordable than they used to be. Because again, the supply chain networks were not there. Many of the manufacturers used to use 7 layers of distribution to get to the customer. Now a lot or most of those manufacturers have started selling to consumers directly. And as a result, when I look at my own buying behavior or the buying behavior of many people around me, the average things that people buy have become cheaper, I feel, especially in categories like clothing, apparel, home, etc., etc. I think what we are addressing is very fairly and squarely the value market, where people have aspirations, people want to look good, people want to buy good things, but their means allow them to buy things till a certain price point. Fortunately, those things are now available online, and that's what we connect the dots for.
This takes me back to that 2011 interview, and I remember you said that the Indian consumer is not price sensitive, it's value sensitive, and you said that he or she believes in ABCD: astrology, Bollywood, cricket, and discounts. So
good memory, Shereen.
And not much has changed, has it?
I think you're absolutely right. You talked about the plethora of business models that have spawned in e-commerce. I think it's obviously true. What has happened over the last 10 years in the evolution of e-commerce is, as Rohit was saying, as the number of users have exploded and incomes have started going up, earlier in e-commerce, it was assumed that only one kind of business model will work, which is the classic e-commerce model, which let's call it an infinite aisle model, where you have everything, like the everything store.
So the Amazon and the Flipkarts of the world.
What has happened is, over a period of time, as income levels have gone up and the number of users have gone up, there's a clear segmentation emerging in the market, where at the top is a band of quick commerce, which is metro users with high incomes, high frequency of buying, and mostly branded goods. Then at the middle is what the classic e-commerce model is, which is the everything stores. And at the bottom is the value commerce, right? Which is lower price, like 500 rupee items of decent quality, but it's not going to get there in 10 minutes. It'll get there in 3 days, right? And while there are some, spillover areas on the edges between these 3 bands, but these 3 bands are independent and mutually exclusive also of each other, and sizable.
Very distinct now.
And very distinct, which was not the case like 7, 8, 9 years ago.
And so the value market or the value segment is what you intend to chase after.
Yeah, and that's what we've been doing now for a few years, and we've made good progress in that direction. And in some ways, if you think about it, that is the future, because as you know, India still has about 350 million e-commerce buyers. It's not a billion internet. It's not equal to the billion internet users we have.
Sure.
The next 650 million internet users who will become e-commerce buyers are actually all in this segment, because the metro dwellers who are internet users are already e-commerce buyers. And with their income levels, with their aspirations, platform like ours will have a lot of applicability.
Okay.
And I think the big other, I mean, in addition to this, because this market has started coming online, the other big thing which has changed, which is at least I know where we've spent a lot of time over the last few years, is the quality of merchandise which is available to consumers in that segment. Because look, this segment was always there. They started coming online now. But, you know, while we call it value segment, for them it's their hard-earned money, and they're still, you know, whatever they buy, they're still reaching up and sort of buying aspirational things. The last thing that they want, because that is the biggest problem, right? Because this is relatively unorganized, not many well-known brands, etc. The single most important thing to consumers in this segment is that, will I get what I want? Or will I get what it looks like? And I remember when we started, we also started with a very theoretical understanding of marketplaces, that, you know, we are just a platform, we are just connecting, you know, sellers to buyers, and we'll show some ratings and people will figure out whether it's good or not, etc. We spoke to a lot of our consumers. Consumers said, we don't care about who's
the seller, exactly.
What's the rating? I bought it from you. If it's good, I will come back. If it's not good, I will not like you at all.
Absolutely.
And I think that if I were to over summarize the one single thing that we've done really well over the last 4 or 5 years, it's solving for that quality. Because infinite merchandise had started becoming available for many, many years. But I think it's about solving the problem of quality, that consumers, when they buy, they feel they will get what they thought they will get. And they can trust us. They don't need to trust some rating, some number.
I know. And you know, we can sort of, everybody can hide behind, we're an intermediary and we're this, we're that. But at the end of the day, the consumer is transacting on Snapdeal. And so they expect quality and value from Snapdeal or whichever platform that they're on. But that brings me to the other big thing that's changed, and that is not just the aspirations of Indian startups, but now 2023 and 2024 in terms of IPOs and in terms of exit options becoming much more of a reality. And many of the companies that you backed, I mean, when is your IPO coming, by the way? But, you know, many of the companies that you backed have IPO'd, Kunal.
Yeah, so, I mean, not only backed, but built. Right? So, Unicommerce, which is also part of our group, oftentimes, you know, Snapdeal hogs all the headlines, clearly, right? And our Unicommerce, which is obviously a B2B software business, and actually the first SaaS company to list in India. We had acquired this business in 2015, primarily to run the software for Snapdeal's warehouses. And before we knew, over the next few years, we realized that many other brands and platforms wanted the same software, so we started selling it. To fast forward 7-8 years, now it's a listed company, right? So I feel that there's such a big learning in that, right? Like there's learning around resilience and never saying that. I can tell you, nobody would ever put their money on the thought even won't occur to them maybe 3 years ago or 2 years ago that Unicommerce would get listed, right? And have a very successful listing. At the time when it listed in August 2024, it was, I think, the second most subscribed IPO of 2024. For a relatively modest sized company, I remember, I think we received like 21 lakh applications in our IPO. That testament to the quality of the business, obviously to the markets, but also quality of the business. So, you know, it is also, you know, our strong view, Shereen, that in the end, if you build a profitable business that maybe is not growing at 100%, 300% a year, but it's compounding year on year, eventually you will be able to access the public markets. Because venture capitalists oftentimes will push companies. We have seen that also. We have experienced that also. They'll push companies to grow very fast.
At the cost of everything else.
Right. Our view is very different now, and we've learned from our own experience, right? Where in the same group, right, our Ace Vector, our holding company, we have one business, Snapdeal, which was built a certain way, and then eventually we course corrected and now are building it the way we want to build it. And Unicommerce, which was always built this way, which is, we have raised zero primary capital to build Unicommerce. Zero. We never raised a single rupee of primary capital. So it is doable. It can be done, and hopefully it serves as an inspiration to other founders.
Yeah.
That, don't go for this growth at any cost. We have been there and we feel that it's not the right thing to do.
The other lesson, perhaps, and correct me if I'm wrong, is be careful who you bring on the cap table. And if at all you need to bring anybody on the cap table, as is very clear from the Unicommerce story. Thoughts on that? Because I think this is, again, something that founders do have to balance. I mean, do you dilute? How much do you dilute? When should you dilute? Who should you bring on board?
I actually think, Shereen, the bigger thing here, which, because many we've also been there in that journey ourselves, is the biggest thing, or biggest learning for us, which is what, at least when we work with all the entrepreneurs, we try to at least communicate, or whatever gets captured, it's up to them, is about patience. Because sometimes, I feel many times, you're given the impression at an early age as an entrepreneur that you just need to grow as fast as possible, right? And sometimes you can start feeling like, the world will run away with all the opportunities. I will have nothing left to do unless I grow 300% every year. I'm finished. What's the point, etc. I think for us, the single biggest learning has been, rather than growing really fast, growing really consistently. Even if the growth rate is lower, it will take just, if you zoom out and do the maths, it will at max take 1 extra year. But the probability of success goes up very dramatically if you build the company on the right financial foundations. So that to us has been the biggest learning, which is, like when we interact with young entrepreneurs who are sort of, we are investors in or otherwise, many times we see, because, there is this whole, I think I hate to use the word propaganda, but there's this mental imagery that has been built in the minds of many young entrepreneurs that unless you're growing really fast, you're not good enough. And many
unless you're a unicorn, you're not good enough.
Unicorn, growing very fast, etc., etc., etc. And as a result, young founders are impressionable, like we were also. And many times they would come and tell us that, you guys keep telling me that you don't need to burn so much capital and you need to grow more patiently. But I at least my value system or whatever content I'm consuming is telling me that unless my growth rate is 300%,
all the podcasts,
then I'm doomed, and etc. I think I feel it's unfair to the founders, to be honest, and we educate them that, it doesn't matter. What matters is how much can you afford to grow. If you can afford to grow at 300% a year, please go for it. But if your financials, if your product market fit, if your economics don't allow you to grow at this pace, don't feel compelled that is the only possible way. If you look at most of the large cap companies in India, historically, they would never have grown at 100% a year, ever, in their entire journeys. Why do different rules need to apply to startups? Because, startups are also eventually businesses which need to become profitable, which need to go public, and they are companies. Like, they may be smaller, but they are companies.
And they're not even small any longer. So they still carry the startup tag, but they're not small anymore. But, how much of this learning or unlearning has taken place? Because, I would say that a lot of this also has to do with the fact that we've been in a fairly long era of easy money, of low interest rates globally. And so it was easy to write out large checks. And, the capacity to absorb that money here in India was relatively small. The ecosystem was being built out. How much of that unlearning is still underway?
I think it's a function of availability or unavailability of
capital.
Easy capital. We've seen that the osmosis of some of our sermons of growing patiently, as Rohit said, are no longer falling on as many deaf ears as they used to. Right? You brought up the concept of unicorns. Right? It's a concept, we just don't like at all, and we are very vocal about it because we just don't understand why we have to chase a mythical animal which represents maybe not even an animal, mythical creature that represent, that points to a currency that is not ours.
But did you not like it when you were one?
Because we didn't know better, right? We didn't know better, and we have to be honest about it. And now we know better, so it's important that we talk about it. Mythical animal representing a currency that is not ours and a number that has no relevance to our country. Like, why 8,300 crores, right? Like, what significance does that have in our country? Like, it does not, right? Like, it's not some nice round number also. Like, it was 10,000 crores or 5,000. Like, it's 8,300 is really random number which keeps changing by the day, every day.
We've been in this business and industry for so many years. Even now, if someone sends us a dollar denominated thing, we have to mentally do the multiply it by 83 divided by something, and then okay, now I understand what's it in crores.
So which is why we realize that it's very hard just telling people this is not the chase we need to be in. We need to build lasting, enduring businesses. And that's when we came up with this term called Indicons, right? Because we feel names stick, right? At some level, unicorn has stuck for some reason. But if we need to change the mindset, we need something to take its place. Right? So Indicor is basically a 100 crore revenue business, which is profitable, started in the last 15 years. Now, at least our view is that India does not need like 100, 200, 300 unicorns. We need 10,000 Indicons because they will form a more lasting, enduring and stable bedrock for the ecosystem. Unicommerce is an Indicon. Right, and has gone public and has had a successful listing, and many others before and after it will come. And that's what we need to encourage. We need to talk more about it. We need to, this success theater that founders have traditionally tried to create around valuations and, growth rates. We need to move away from that and celebrate building of Indicons as, lasting, enduring success, because once you're at that point, you're profit making and at 100 crores of revenue, chances of mortality have dropped dramatically for that business. So we'll have less blow-ups, we'll have less significant corrections that companies have to do because they've run out of money.
And most importantly, entrepreneurs and teams have full control of their business getting to that point. Look, the valuation being a certain number assumes that beauty needs to lie in the eyes of somebody beholder.
Else,
Someone else is coming and telling you you are a unicorn. But, whether the underlying business is good, not good, profit generating, growing, not growing, that's all one person's assessment basis which you are carrying or not carrying a certain badge. Whereas being an Indicon is completely up to you. It's your business, your revenue, your profit. No one else needs to come and tell you, yes, you are valuable. You need to know yourself whether you're valuable or not.
Yeah, absolutely. But, so that's now the investment thesis that's going to drive where you allocate your money as far as Titan is concerned?
I think we've always been allocating capital that way. Just that now because I think that happens many times. I've noticed that you have a certain behavior pattern of doing things a certain way. And then one fine day when you name it, it becomes a lot more obvious to you what you were doing. I think it's the name which has come up now, whereas we've always been investing that way because like from day one, when we meet companies which are very small, like 5 lakhs of revenue, we ask them about product market economic fit. We don't ask only about product market fit because if the economics don't work, you can't really tell whether this product market fit or not. And from day one, like really small companies, we've always, I remember, asked founders, does the business have product market economic fit?
What were the questions? Let's start with the questions that you asked. What were the questions you asked Bhavish? Who wants to take this one on?
Well, it's very interesting circumstances in which we met Bhavish. I was at a conference, hawking our coupons, I guess, in 2011. Like we were always hawking something at that point. And as I was stepping out, ironically, I was looking for my cab, right? And this, young, sharp-looking guy walks up with his bag and says, "Hey, Kunal, I just want to chat with you for 5 minutes." And I was like, "Okay, I'm waiting for my cab." So we sat down on a sofa at the entrance of the hotel, and he just showed me that they're launching this intercity service, and they're doing like 5 rides a day. But I think at that point in time, we were also new to investing. It was our first investment that we made in December of 2011. But it was very clear he was very special kind of founder, a great, brilliant mind. And I think he then did one call with Rohit and we were done, right? It was very straightforward. He wanted to partner with us. We wanted to partner with him. There was not much discussion. But over a period of time, as the ecosystem has become deeper, revenues become more real very early on, which was not the case 12, 13 years ago. Now we have enough data in the beginning, even for very early stage companies, let's say a Mamaearth, right? When we invested in Mamaearth, they were doing maybe 5 or 7 lakhs of revenue. Also an interesting story how we found them.
Right? Because of your daughter.
We found everything.
It's my job.
Right? So I saw the shampoo in my daughter's shower, and I turned the bottle, and there was a mobile number, and it was Varun's number, right? So but it was very clear when we met them also, even at 7 lakhs of revenue a month, it was very clear what the shape of the P&L is and likely will be. And I can tell you, for like the subsequently the next 6-7 years, I don't think the shape of the P&L changed much. The number may have moved from 5 lakhs to, God knows, like 250 crores, but I don't think the shape of the P&L changed. And we have generally seen that companies that have stability in gross margin, stability in unit economics, tend to outperform those in the long run by orders of magnitude than those that don't. The other thing we have learned is that companies that have great reporting governance outperform those that don't have it. Doesn't mean it's a sufficient condition to succeed, but it's definitely a necessary
Absolutely
condition.
necessary.
Yeah.
We've seen from month one, all the companies that have done exceptionally well, each one of them had extremely high quality reporting from day one of the business. Because, as founders, all of us can sometimes start feeling, I'm too busy to create this report, etc. But just, there is nothing, it's the perfect mirror as an entrepreneur as well, because you want to see every month what progress have you made. I can keep thinking, because I come to work every day, I do 100 things. I can start deluding myself as an entrepreneur into thinking that I'm making progress. But seeing the report, it's like seeing the report card every month tells more than anything, more than my investors, tells me
you.
What did I do right? And it's a moment for self-reflection for the month. That what did we do right? What worked? What didn't work? Did anything work? Did nothing work? We've seen that govern. It's such a simple thing, but 100% of the successful companies we've seen have had that from day one. Always.
Are you seeing more of that? Is that the norm today, or is that the exception?
Actually, the funny
How
thing
much of
is,
delusion do you still see?
No, I think the more important thing is that, funnily enough, while it's something, at least to us, extremely simple, that we even have a format now of how it needs to look
We
like.
call it the Titan MIS.
The Titan MIS,
Yeah.
okay.
So
Each of our portfolio companies has
The
a
biggest, like most of our founders, like most of the companies we invest in, we try to get them to institutionalize from day one. It's so simple, but founders over and over and over again tell us that was the single most helpful thing that you guys did from day one. Because it sounds extremely simple, but sometimes it's those really simple things
it is the
that work
simple
very
thing.
well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
It is the
absolutely
simple
simple.
stuff,
Like when you tell it if I tell it to my 11-year-old, he'll be like, yeah, of course.
What are you talking about?
I also get my report card. But it's something as simple as that sometimes when we're in the world of business, we forget that those things matter. And this simple process in itself adds so much value to founders.
Well, the thing that's also different now for you at Titan is the fact that it's not just your money. I mean, you've gone out there and you've done some fundraising yourself. What's that experience been like?
Yeah, as you can tell with us, we are always pushing the boundaries, right? Like we are always trying to, and unless you push the boundaries, you don't know how far you can go. We've been investing our capital for 13 years now, right? About 280 companies we've invested in, and we've been very lucky and blessed to partner with many great
How do you keep track of 280 companies that you invested in?
There is something known as an Excel sheet.
and a Titan MIS. So you can institutionalize, right? Like everything you can institutionalize. I think running a hard analytics heavy business for so many years has taught us valuable lessons, right? Relatively speaking, the complexity is a lot lesser. But we mostly always wanted to just invest our own capital. But what started happening 2-3 years ago is a lot of founders started approaching us saying that, look, you are our first believers. You are, I'd love to, we love hearing it, but they tell us this also, that you're our best investors. Right? So, because I think we bring that operator mindset, and we bring a mindset of, understanding the practical issues of building a business. They would tell us that, look, we'll go out, we'll get a lead investor. Can you do the remaining round? Right? In the subsequent rounds that they raise after we've invested at the seed stage. We said, look, that will require a lot more capital to invest. But let's think about it. Concurrently, a lot of people were reaching out to us, like our peers, family offices, etc., that we want to invest alongside you because you guys obviously have a good deal flow and a good selection criteria. So that was a good culmination of setting up this, what we think of as a capital amplification vehicle, that we were anyways going to invest in subsequent rounds of these companies with our own money. Now other people can invest alongside us, right? Like-minded investors, etc. And that's how the Titan Capital Winners Fund was created. Everyone told us, guys, first time fund, it's going to take you 3 years to raise, right? But we were just amazed by the response we got. I think we were going to raise 200 crores.
You've done 300.
Yeah, 333. Right?
Funny report card for Titan Capital.
No, I think, because we were investing our own capital, but we were very sort of always extremely diligent about reporting, tracking, not only giving the sermon to other entrepreneurs, but sort of applying that sermon on ourselves as well. But the fund, all the investments, as Kunal mentioned, have done quite well, and we are very fortunate.
You've had tremendous amount of success with at least some of the listed entities in the portfolio.
At least the investment world uses IRR as one of the metrics, which we've had like early 60%, like somewhere in the 60s, early 60s, which is we consider to be fairly healthy from what we've been told. So
of realized IRR. So I think one of the things where we were disciplined about was not getting too greedy either way, which is either selling too early or not selling at all. I think that is one of the issues that early stage investors often have. And 100% of post-tax proceeds, last 13 years, we've reinvested back in the next cohort of companies. See, what motivates the two of us is like the ability to keep supporting entrepreneurs and, the next generation of entrepreneurs in the country, right? Like almost everything we do is to that effect, right? Whether it is creating companies which create jobs for people, many of whom go and start companies of their own, in which we also invest in. Right? So it's a full cycle. And like about a few months ago, someone asked me that, oh, you turned 40, like what do you want to do at 60? Right? Actually, I didn't have an answer immediately. And so I said, let me think about it. So I thought about it for a week or two. Then I got back. I told her, I actually want to just keep doing this. Right? Like I can't
exactly the same for
I can't imagine what else would I want to do. I just want to keep building companies, keep investing in companies, keep supporting founders. It's an enduring purpose, right?
And I think over the last many years, we've seen both the quality and maturity of entrepreneurs, as well as the respect for entrepreneurship has grown tremendously in the country. I remember when we were starting, most people, told us कि इनकी job नहीं लगी होगी. That's why they're starting on their own. But to the point now,
now people are turning down job offers so that they can actually work with the startup or start up themselves.
First year students of IIT Delhi a couple of years back, and I think the dean was telling me on the sidelines that they ran a poll of what do you want to do when you graduate from here. Number one, entrepreneurship. I couldn't have imagined when we were graduating that would be the case. And that's so heartening to see, because as a result, the ecosystem has become a lot more vibrant. I feel because so many more people are doing it, the maturity level, wisdom level of entrepreneurs has become much better. And now you see, entrepreneurship, I remember when we were starting, used to be limited to a very small niche areas, only technology focused. These days, there are companies starting up in the most traditional of segments. And that's so heartening to see, because there is innovation possible in everything. So it's so good for the country.
Absolutely. I think, for someone wwho grew up in Bhatinda before they made it to DPS RK Puram and then to IIT Delhi.
Kunal was right to remember everything.
No, but speaking of IIT Delhi, you were a very special batch. I mean, who all were part of the IIT Delhi cohort while you were there? Sachin and Binny?
Quite a few. Actually, it's such a big coincidence that in those couple of years, there's a lot of companies that came
Dipinder.
From Dipinder, Sachin, Albinder, many actually. I can't remember all the names.
Did you guys hang out together in college?
I mean, in some ways, but I mean, I don't think either of us were thinking that eventually
we will go on to building India's unicorns.
I feel it's such a big coincidence.
But what is it about the IITs in general, but also about IIT Delhi in specific, that's really been the incubation ground for so many startup stories?
I actually feel, I feel first it probably was a coincidence, but then at least I feel what happens is, at least I remember, I have a very personal story about this, not with respect to IIT, but with respect to DPS. Is that, as you rightly mentioned, I grew up in actually a town which is 50 kilometers from Bathinda, which, like before Google Maps, no one could find out where it is.
I know Bathinda. The Air Force has a very large base there.
So, when you grow up in such a small town, you can grow up with one of two mindsets. You can either, because look, I used to do okay in studies and used to do well in studies. And you can grow up with one of two mindsets. Either you can start thinking that, okay, because I'm good here, I'm superhuman and I'll be able to do everything, etc., etc. Or you can grow up with the mindset that I grew up with, where I used to think that, okay, I'm okay till the time I'm in this village. But the moment I go into the big club, which is like Delhi and national level, etc., nothing will work out. I used to have very low confidence in my own abilities. Used to think that, all the people who go to IITs or some of these good colleges must be some superhuman people. And I landed up in DPS somehow. No one in our town had ever been to an IIT. I landed up in DPS. That's where me and Kunal met. I had extremely low confidence that I'll be able to do anything, even though I got very decent marks in class 10th. And I think for me, the big change happened when I saw some of the people, because I came in grade 11th, and many of the seniors who were in grade 12th, many of them are people, like growing up in a small town, we used to think that people who go to good colleges are some superhuman alien beings with wings, etc., etc. But when we saw all these people, these are people like us, who looked like us, talked like us, behaved like us. And the next year, many of them went to good colleges. And I think that's what made, at least demystified the whole thing for me personally. That look, if these guys can do it, then hopefully I can too. And I think that just humanization becomes very important. You don't put things on a pedestal. I feel the same thing has happened with entrepreneurship as well. Is that once a few people from IIT Delhi or whichever college ended up creating companies which became successful, I feel as an average student in IIT Delhi, you feel, look, these guys are exactly like us. They sat in the same classes, bunked the same classes, etc., etc. And now they've created companies. So just suddenly the enigma that you need something magical goes away. And as a result, your willingness and ability to try your hand becomes so much higher. And if you try your hand, there is a good chance you will end up succeeding. So I actually think it's a lot more simpler explanation.
While there is magic in creation, creating companies, creating brands, creating stories, I think the point that Rohit just made about putting people and companies on pedestals, because then when you knock them off those pedestals, it can be pretty brutal, and that's an experience that you've lived through yourselves. So I want to ask you, Kunal, you talked about ego, and you said today it's like joint ego, the two of you. But how have you dealt with that? How have you dealt with, because the attacks are very personal, the setbacks are also personal. How have you dealt with that?
There is, Swami Vivekananda had a saying that you must take risk in life. Right? If you win, you can lead. If you fail, you can guide. Right? So our approach is sort of that, right? Like, we keep taking risks, and many times they work. Like, you actually don't know all the times, thankfully, that they didn't work also. There have been many, many times that risks didn't work. But there have been enough times that they worked, which is why we are here, else you won't invite us to your podcast. So, I think we have jointly, collectively, we have a, decent barometer for risk, right? The two of us, where we are watching out for each other's blind spots, to the point where most of the time the risks have played out. And sometimes they have not, because that's the nature of risk, right? It won't play out every time. But I think if the sum total of the risks you have taken, the outcomes of that are good enough, then those are risks worth taking. At least that's the approach that we take. I hope that continues, right? I hope that as we get older, sometimes you hear that risk aversion kicks in. It's not happened yet. Right? I just hope it doesn't happen also.
And it's interesting that you talk about risk aversion. I would put it as risk awareness. It's just being more mindful of what you're dealing with, and I think that to my mind that would be the approach that I would like to sort of take as I look at decisions.
No, actually, like for example, for me, I think it's similar, but maybe in different language. For me, the big learning, not only intellectually but also assimilating that, has been of Karma Yoga. At least I'm a big fan of that philosophy, not for religious reasons, but just for philosophical reasons, is that you have the right to your actions, not to your results. It's easier to intellectually understand, much harder to assimilate. And I think hopefully we've been able to assimilate that within ourselves over the years, and that allows you to do many more things, because suddenly you're not feeling you need to succeed. You have this hunger to succeed, but what you care the most about is, where am I today? What actions can I take? Do I think they will take me to a better place or not? And if you keep doing that over and over again, more often than not, things will eventually start working out.
And what happens, Shereen, is like the journey of entrepreneurship is like a big book. A big book you're writing, and different people will come in on different chapters and judge you, right? But you can't let it phase you, right? You can't let it affect you. You have to listen, decide what's useful, what's not, and just keep moving forward. Right? If you start getting affected by these judgments that people keep passing on you, it won't work out. It'll burden you so much that you won't be able to move forward, right? You'll just, you'll become absolutely risk averse.
No, I couldn't agree more with you. I think this need for external validation often drives us into a sense of fear and paralysis. And I think we need to know what works best for us and have the integrity of purpose of taking that forward. But I want to end by asking the two of you, and picking up on where Rohit left off. Success at 27, what did that mean to you then? And success at 40, what does it mean to you today?
Well, Rohit can go first.
He's going to think and come up with a podcast answer.
I think maybe, I think going back in time, it's, I think at 27, maybe success was just being known for anything, right? Because, as I mentioned, both of us, I grew up in a small town, and there was no reason for us to be known. I think at that point of time, at least speaking for myself, I used to probably attach a lot more importance to being known and getting that external validation. It's changed quite materially to what it is today. Today, for me, there is only one parameter of success, which is, am I happy? That's the only thing that matters.
And
right?
what makes you happy?
many things. I think as Kunal mentioned, I myself, I really, I've been to Japan many times. And one of the things that I observed there, which I really, really connect with, is people there is no word for retirement in Japanese. There's just no word. And it's, at least I can so connect with that, because if you are...
I can too.
if you're happy with what you're doing, if you enjoy what you're doing, I actually just can't relate to. There's so many people when I talk to them, they say, I want to work really hard and I want to retire at a certain age. Now, it may work for them, but just I can't relate to that at all. I just feel like if I can continue doing what I'm doing,
and 70 hours a week,
it doesn't feel like work. That's the more important thing, because it gives me so much joy that I think this is happiness to me, and then everything else that comes along with it is sort of bonus.
Yes. Over to you.
I think, look, success, I feel what success means to you at that point in time, it keeps changing. I feel that it probably meant very different things 2 years ago. And it'll mean very different things today and 2 years later. But, this F1, the McLaren Mercedes F1 boss, Toto Wolff, he has this really interesting saying, which is about like happiness, right? Like, he said, what makes you happy, right? And he said that, I just want something to do, someone to love, and something to dream about, right? And actually, that's what it boils down to. Thankfully, I have all the three, right? And I think, and I feel that I'm so blessed, right? Like, to have all three very much in place. The first two are known, but the third one, there's this enduring purpose of pursuing and promoting entrepreneurship in India. I feel it's a very enduring purpose. Like, I think we can do it till our last breath, literally, right? So I think we are so blessed to be at this age with this experience in a country like India at this point in time, right? Because this time is not coming back, right? This is probably the first time this is happening in India, and maybe the last time it'll happen in India, right? This significant inflection point. And to be in our prime, to have learnt our lessons, to have a lot of wisdom, to have resources, to have a good reputation, at this point in time, I mean, we really couldn't have asked for anything else.
And which is why you're all set to play shark now. What is that about?
I feel you must try everything in life once, right? I feel you should lead an absolutely regretless life, right? I feel that it is interesting. And actually, if you think about it, it is in sync with this enduring purpose of promoting entrepreneurship. Yes, it is, entertainment and drama and all that, but it draws people in. And as a result, hopefully inspires enough to pursue entrepreneurship.
Well, I hope that the two of you continue to have the courage and the conviction to not just fund your own dreams, but to fund many, many other dreams. And, thank you so much for very honestly and candidly sharing your own experiences and stories. As I said, we've tracked their journey for over a decade now, and I have to say that it's great to have you back on the program, and I wish you all the very best for all your future endeavors. Thanks very much for joining us today.
Thanks, Shereen. Thanks. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Shereen. Always a pleasure.
My pleasure entirely. And with that, it is time for us to wrap up this edition of Young Turks Reloaded. From all of us here on the team for now, goodbye. Thanks for watching. More lessons in entrepreneurship coming up shortly. For more news and updates, all you need to do is follow CNBC TV 18 on all of our digital platforms.
I thought, I should leave. I should go back to India. We will figure out what is it that we will do. There was no idea for free will. So I came. Rahul also left at the same time. Then we spend almost a month or two to figure out, okay, now what next? So it always started from the family. What you see in front of the label is very different than what is on the back of the label.
And then very different from what's actually inside the bottle.
Exactly. I guess so far we are in some 2,000 stores. In next 2 years, we can easily target anywhere between 15 to 20,000, right? It's a misconception, to be honest. I think the percentage of spend required for R&D eventually is much lesser that you need for your marketing. Investing in R&D is much better ROI than always doing it in marketing. When the conversation with HU started, I think 2 or 3 months before that, we started our Series B process. We run the ship. Yeah. So
There's no change in that.
No change in that.
Even though ownership has changed completely.
Yeah. So we operate from Jaipur. We'll continue to operate from Jaipur. I think it's more about, there's a difference in the cap table before versus now. Whatever we can do, say next 5 years, with them we can do it in 2 years. We needed money. And by then, of course, we never had a lot of savings, right? So we asked our parents, and you'll not believe that, they said that, we can mortgage the house, raise a debt. And actually that is how our journey started. You can buy a 5-star rating on any e-com by paying 30-40 rupees. That's true. Most
and it's happening.
It's happening.
It's prevalent.
It's prevalent. Everyone does that. We never did it.
Hello and welcome to this edition of the Young Turks Podcast. I'm Shereen Bhan. If you've been watching the show for the last 23 years, then we brought you stories that often inspire, also make you look at the world of entrepreneurship with a different lens, but very often make you wonder how and why entrepreneurs succeeded in what they decided to do. My guest today is part of a duo that decided to start a company in the middle of COVID, in fact, right before the second wave of COVID, and decided to get into the beauty and personal care space, a highly competitive space. And in a short span of 4 years, what they've managed to achieve has been quite remarkable, hitting a run rate of almost 500 crore rupees. And what is even more remarkable is that they've managed now to sell the company while still retaining operational independence within the Unilever conglomerate. Joining me now to talk about the minimalist journey is Mohit. Mohit, many thanks for joining us here on the Young Turks Podcast. It's wonderful to have you with us. So that's where I want to really start with the how. In 4 years to start a company, and this is, by the way, for those of you who don't know, this is their third venture. The first was apparel, the second was personalized hair care, which eventually positioned or pivoted itself into the Minimalist. And Minimalist, of course, has been the big success story that it has. How do you go from starting a business in the middle of COVID to being able to take it to become a 500 crore brand, perhaps one of the fastest growing D2C brands in the country?
So firstly, thanks for inviting. Very happy to be here. When you start, you have no idea where it will be. I guess, for most founders and, entrepreneur, it's a very risky bet. The percentage of, startup that succeed and get to a very good scale, the percentage is very small, right? So, if I go back again in October 2020 and can see that, we will be 24, right? It's impossible. You actually start with your belief in the category. That is this the right category? Is this something that you think will gonna evolve? Is there a market for it? And in that market, how can we differentiate and have a unique positioning? So actually started with that.
But I want to pause here. How does a chartered accountant and a chemical engineer decide to bet on the beauty and personal care category? How does this happen?
No, so like you said, our journey started with free will. And in that, the entire game was purely tech. So we thought we came from tech and product background. And, we keep on hearing that every individual is different. They have different requirements. They have different needs. But the products are very standard. If you can actually personalize that, we can create a big difference. Now, traditionally, it's not possible. But through now the evolution of tech, it is, right? So if you can, figure out basis your lifestyle, your needs and all, write a code and then that code decide what should be your product,
Yeah.
create each of those products from scratch, then we know it's working, right? So then you're not thinking largely from a formulator or something from beauty. We were honestly thinking largely from tech side.
Right.
And that is honestly how we started. 2 years later, when we're thinking of expanding this entire proposition into skincare by creating personalized skincare, that is what we were doing. But then we were all impacted by COVID. Nothing was working. We also got like 3 months to sit at home, figure out what next. Because while personalization is very interesting and add a lot of value, the challenge is distribution.
Right.
You're not able to leverage, your e-com, retail, or anything. So I guess in that period, we thought, why don't we try something else rather than putting multiple active into a bottle for your personalization? Why can't we do very problem-specific solution for an individual and let them create their own personalized by maybe buying more than one product?
Yeah. So let
That-
the consumer decide.
Let the consumer decide. And that is how you can even, figure out your distribution also. And yet you are very close to how we started. Parallelly, again, when you go deeper into any category, you also understand the good, bad, ugly side of it. So from outside, it all look, very
Good.
interesting, all good, hundreds of people in R&Ds and larger companies and all that is happening. But most of the companies take customers for granted. What you see in front of the label is very different than what is in the back of the label.
And then very different from what's actually inside the bottle.
Exactly. Regulations is not very stringent. Even today, if you go to any large beauty platform, look at maybe top 10 sunscreens, send them to an independent lab, 70% of those products will not get the claims that they are reporting. Their SPF value will not be more than 15 when they're saying 50, right? So that is where we are. So we thought that, while all this is happening, we invest in the tech, but actually we can create something which is very transparent and honest. Because, as a customer, we all need that.
Yeah.
And just focus on product, not on brand. There will be many customers like us who are more functional, who might be able to relate with our story. So actually that's how it all started. On one side, solid distribution. On other, working on those values that we did not like being in this industry. So it started as a pilot, and it grew faster than we expected. And after that, we had to shut down Freewill and focus completely on Minimalist.
So the pivot from Freewill to the Minimalist, first of all, how did the name come up?
So we were thinking, what to put in a bottle, and the conversation was going on in a team meet, and we think that everything which is relevant for a consumer, we should only use those ingredients. We should remove all the fluff, no marketing stuff, no fragrances, nothing. We would want to keep it very minimalist. And this word came 2 or 3 times in the conversation. And we thought, hey, it's a nice word. Let me see if the trademark is available. And it was. And we thought that, if you're talking more about, using minimalist as a philosophy in the product, the name goes well with it.
Just call it Minimalist.
Just call it Minimalist. So actually, it just came in a conversation. And that's when we thought that it goes well with the brand philosophy. So that is what we should name it.
Cut to 4 years later after you started the Minimalist. And I'm sure that along the way, there probably was interest coming in from potential suitors. Unilever Ventures, of course, is an investor. So I would imagine that journey from Unilever to HUL was an easier journey to make. But the decision to exit at a time where things are going very well for you, where you've got growth, you've got profitability, you've got a clear runway ahead of you, the decision to take the call to exit then, how did you make that choice?
It wasn't an easy one. And again, before this conversation, many a time, some other large company wanted to meet us to explore synergies.
Did you meet them?
No. Most of the time the answer is no, because we were not honestly looking for any M&A or any such partnership, right? Because again, one, we knew the businesses at a very nascent stages, and we know it better than anyone else, right? So any such collaboration or partnership will actually kill what we have built.
Yeah.
When the conversation with HU started, I think 2 or 3 months before that, we started our Series B process. So we even hired a banker. We started meeting investor because again, till then there was no discussion on M&A. It was not even our roadmap. But around that time, we started talking to our investors just to understand what is it that they are also looking at, what we also need. So the sweet spot, well, what we felt in India is somewhere between this $300 to $500 million when it comes to M&A. Anything beyond that might be more challenging. So if we raise money 3 years later, given where we're expecting the business to be, the option would be IPO. Right? And then you are signing up for that for next maybe 10, 15 years as a founder. If you don't raise, M&A is a opportunity, right? Or we might raise maybe after 2 to 3 years if there is no M&A and can run on our own because you're not looking for a lot of capital. But when conversation with HUL started,
when did the conversation with HUL start?
It happened in October, towards end of October, and we felt that there's lot of synergies we can draw from them. So after a while, see, numbers beyond a point doesn't excite anyone, right? While we understand the digital part of it, they know the retail offline businesses far better than us, right? And if we truly believe this is helpful for consumers, it's important for us to be present, right? We can reduce our chances of taking wrong steps and all, and whatever we can do, say next 5 years, with them we can do it in 2 years. Second, maybe after a year or so, when we started doing some bit of international, we started getting a lot of feedback that the made in India will not work. Not a lot of distributors are very comfortable selling our product. Some even suggested that why don't you set up a small facility, say in Singapore, the market, and only for international, you kind of create made in Singapore, you import from some other.
That's interesting. So you were told that made in India will not work.
Yeah.
Why not?
See, we don't have very good reputation in beauty and personal care when it comes to made in India. Not too many brands have been able to position themselves globally, right? We have done well in pharma, but not much has happened in it. And we always felt that someone has to do it anyways, right? So we never sold anything by routing from any international. Every product, even till now that we ship, is like made in India. And we started seeing a lot of traction. So like our market share started increasing. We are in Southeast Asia. Our ratings on Shopee, Lazada in Malaysia, like 99% of the customers rated us 5 on 5. And we felt that the perception is maybe in some distributor, some individual.
Right.
And actually, if we deliver on the promise, we are able to build this
trust.
Build the trust, right? So that beauty for the world is something we can achieve. And again, we felt that with HUL we can do it faster, we can do it better. There's always a shelf life for an idea. If we miss out on some of those opportunities today, will that opportunity exist 5 years later? May or may not, right? And I guess as a founder, at some point in time, you always feel that, say, 10 years from now, if I can see that, this is a household name globally, we are well present, we are much larger organization, doesn't matter who has larger shareholding, I think I'll be more happier versus again, what if this would have happened and living with that feeling that, I think we optimize purely on our returns and then thinking what is right. And I guess the last part of it is at some point you start to disassociate also. So, with time you feel that I and Minimalist are same, right? That is my identity.
Yeah.
But then you feel I like creating product. I'm operator by heart. At some point in time, if I'll find something else to do interesting in life, I'll do that. We don't know we'll succeed or not, but that is a life that I enjoy. So I guess, all those things, if you put together, you start to feel it kind of makes sense for everyone. I think it's makes so much sense for us. It made sense for investors because they are not now worried about the returns and IPOs and all. It made sense for, I guess, HUL and very few deals happen in which all three parties are very happy.
Absolutely. Where very few deals happen where all parties involved are happy. But it's very interesting what you said, because this takes me to a conversation that I very recently had with Sabyasachi Mukherjee and his decision to actually sell to Kumaramangalam Birla and to the Birla Group. And he said something which, I'm kind of relating to what you're saying. He said, I didn't want to become a selfish entrepreneur. I didn't want my hubris to decide what this brand should be 10 years on. And I felt that this is the best thing that could have happened to the brand, because it then has a legacy outside of me, an identity outside of me as well. And so he decided to sell at the point that he did. And you're saying essentially the same thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, see, at some point in time, you have to realize that, you cannot have this entire control, right? Even if it's an IPO, at some point in time, you have to let go of it. You have to have someone else to run it on your behalf. You have to, institutionalize it, right? So we can do the same setup ourselves, or we can work with someone and then synergize and do it better. So you have to let go of your personal ego. Again, I said, and do what is right for the brand, do what is right for the business.
Well, it's also interesting because what you worked out as part of the arrangement with HUL is that you pretty much will continue to operate as an independent island within the large HUL framework. Now, how did that come about? And was there agreement on both ends on that working forward as well? Because, integration has been a challenge for many deals previously. So how did that come about?
It was an easy decision. We needed this to happen. They were also aligned that this is how it should work, right? We should continue to operate where we are doing. We should continue to do what we have been so far. And they can give all the support that they need. So there's an entire ecosystem. We can go and say, hey, we need help in this area. They'll make it happen. They don't want to interfere. So I guess.
So you run the ship.
We run the ship. Yeah. So
there's no change in that.
No change in that.
Even though ownership has changed completely.
Yeah. So we operate from Jaipur. We'll continue to operate from Jaipur. No changes in team. Nothing. So I think it's more about, there's a difference in the cap table before versus now. And then beyond just a financial investor, lot of support around us that we can go and use. But it's completely on us. What is right for the business, do that, use that support, continue to grow. And I think they have been very nice in terms of giving us that flexibility to manage it the way we have been doing it.
But, flexibility is one thing, but to give you complete control on how you run the business, what choices you make, what you do as far as the product portfolio is concerned, all of that remains the same. All of that continues to be your decision, your call.
You have to trust again, you can't document every small thing that,
Sure.
okay, which product you are creating in next 24 months, what we should do, what we should not, right? I guess a lot of discussion happen in terms of how we see the brand evolve and then how they also see the brand evolve, right? I mean, usually thing only happen when you both think in the same manner. If I have a different way of growing the business and they have a completely different way, then it won't work, right? And I think the reason even this deal happened is because I guess as a group we are thinking in a very same manner. There were hardly any area where we had disconnect, that either in terms of retail, how many stores we should have, either in terms of international, what is it we should do next, either in terms of the product, what we should and what we should not. I guess knowing what you don't want to do is more important than knowing what you have to. And then getting the same comfort that, these are the areas we also don't want to from their side was again, very comforting for us. So rest is again then trust.
And it's going to be an interesting experiment even as far as HUL is concerned, I would imagine. But so what does this now do in terms of turbocharging your plans? Because as you pointed out, there are things that you can probably do now in 2 years that it would have probably taken you 5 to 7 years to do as just the minimalist. So give me a sense of how you turbocharge the growth ambition and the growth plans for the company from here.
I think the three very easiest growth lever, one, as I said, is our offline expansion. So with them, we know which store, what data, what is relevant, not relevant, then exploring this entire piece, understanding, for the next 2 years, how many stores are relevant for us, how to plan. They already have an on-ground team. We can leverage a lot of those things, right? So I guess so far we are in some 2,000 stores, and we took almost 12 to 18 months to be here. In next 2 years, we can easily target